British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Divide and Conquer. Very interested? What kind of interest? Alan Wilson thought so in his heart. In the Dutch-Indian War in history, Britain participated in the war. It seems that this decision has not been affected, and the British Army still has to participate in the war. Sure enough, Edward Bridges said directly, the Dutch East Indies and British Malaya are adjacent. Once the independence wave breaks out, it will definitely affect the stability of the British colonies. Therefore, the cabinet's decision is to land on Java Island before the Dutch army arrives, maintain the situation, and wait for the Dutch army to arrive, just like Vietnam waits for the French army to arrive. Alan Wilson sighed. What is the big brother of the colonial empire? The British Empire at this time, is it? It seems that during this period of 1945, Britain still tried its best to pull these colonial empires. It's just that the step-by-step contraction later evolved into a step-by-step contraction. When Wilson came to power as Prime Minister, he almost lost all the colonies. Considering that the independence of the Dutch East Indies may have an impact on Malaya, Britain decided to help the Netherlands, whose main force has not yet arrived, to take the lead, helping France stabilize Vietnam, and helping the Netherlands stabilize Indonesia. Alan Wilson recalled history, as if the British Empire had not been so sincere for hundreds of years. After the war, Britain was not unaware of the danger of being out, nor did it make efforts. It was just because the British Empire was the largest colonial empire, and it was inevitable that it would be hesitant and not decisive when shrinking. Sometimes there is only one opportunity, and if you miss it, you will never have it again. Although Europe was severely damaged after 2 world wars, and the United States and the Soviet Union were eyeing it, it was still an untouchable behemoth for the vast Third World. It depends on whether you can make a clear choice. When Alan Wilson thought about this, Edward Bridges continued to narrate. The cabinet also decided to make the trusteeship of Italian Somalia independent within a year, and discuss this matter with France. After all, part of Somalia is still in the hands of the French, and we need to obtain the understanding of the French. During World War II, Italy invaded British Somaliland and Abyssinia, and merged it with Italian Somaliland and Eritrea, which was also an Italian colony, into Italian East Africa. After the end of World War II, the former Italian Somaliland was decided to be temporarily placed under British trusteeship. Now Italian Somalia is in the hands of Britain, and the part that belongs to France is actually a place called Djibouti. First of all, it is a matter of luck. Djibouti is located in the Horn of Africa and the west coast of the Gulf of Aden. It covers an area of only 23,000 square kilometers. From a geopolitical perspective, Djibouti is just at the node connecting the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, and it is at the southern end of the Suez Canal, an international strategic route. Most passing ships have to resupply in Djibouti. Independence? Isn't it too hasty? The local resistance is no match for our strength. Alexander Cadogan said anxiously, there is no need to do this at all. It is to make Italian Somalia independent, not British Somalia in our hands. This will split the Somali Peninsula, and when British Somalia becomes independent, it will naturally become 2 countries. Edward Bridges corrected calmly, and made clear the cabinet's position on the entire Greater Somalia. It was not to make the entire Somalia independent, but to let the previous Italian Somalia become an independent country first. Dear Cabinet Secretary, I must say that the decision of the cabinet meeting is very far-sighted. We can say without hesitation that once Greater Somalia becomes independent so soon, some unrealistic ideas may arise, just like the current group of local elites in British India. This dangerous idea should be curbed. Upon hearing this, Alan Wilson immediately gave a chanting compliment, thinking that this move was very far-sighted. At the same time, he also expressed his own insignificant and superficial views on the Somalia issue. Look, our energetic Alan also has an opinion on this matter. Reaching out for a glass of whiskey, Edward Bridges chuckled and nodded. I have an opinion on the partition of Somalia and the independence of Italian Somalia, including, but not limited to the Somalia issue. Alan Wilson was flattered to take the cabinet secretary's glass. He didn't expect that there was one for him. He talked eloquently. The partition of Somalia is definitely a good idea. It may solve a lot of burdens for the British Empire. We can let Italian Somalia become independent first. In this process, of course, local British civil servants must get the share that belongs to the British Empire. Now the country needs capital injection. I believe that the local tribal chiefs are very willing to use some insignificant metals to buy the right to rule a place. Very good. Edward Bridges nodded with relief. The partition plan was inspired by the materials on Ali Jinnah and Nehru from British India that I saw recently. It seems that I didn't make a decision. Oh, the suggestion was wrong. Decisions are made by politicians. We are just loyal executors. Naturally, mistakes cannot fall on us. Politicians are chosen by citizens. If politicians make mistakes, doesn't that mean that the citizens of the Great British Empire have made mistakes? So no one is wrong. Alexander Cadogan spoke eloquently, indicating that civil servants are a group that never makes mistakes. Once mistakes are made, they must be the mistakes of elected politicians. During the process of letting Italian Somalia become independent, if Italian Somalia cannot develop due to their own reasons and lives a worse life than before independence, this is definitely not the responsibility of the British Empire. Even if there is responsibility, it is the responsibility of the Italians. Moreover, if Haile Selassie I, the Ethiopian emperor, wants Italian Somalia to bear the losses caused by the Italian war against Ethiopia, it seems to be tenable. Is the Somali issue related to Ethiopia? Of course it is related. Ogaden is part of the Somali state in eastern Ethiopia, with an area of about 180,000 square kilometers, also known as Ethiopian Somalia. Once Italian Somalia becomes independent, a war may break out if some provocation is made, especially after Haile Selassie I restored his country in Ethiopia. He can be said to have a very high prestige in Africa. Like many resistance forces in World War II, Haile Selassie I also chose to go into exile in London after Ethiopia was occupied by Italy. Britain certainly has this influence on Ethiopia. Once Ethiopia invades after Italian Somalia becomes independent, the British Empire may be burdened on a moral level. Edward Bridges listened to Alan Wilson's words from beginning to end and said meaningfully, although the war between these two African countries has nothing to do with the British Empire in essence, the British Empire has given the Somalis as much freedom as possible. People always have to learn to live independently. We have taught Africans everything we can. If we get into a war, it is only the Africans' own problem. Alexander Cadogan then expressed his position, expressing his consistency with the cabinet secretary. Then the natural development of Somalia is that Italian Somalia will be independent, and then because of Italy's exploitation, it will be impoverished and invaded by neighboring countries. British Somalia is like living in heaven compared to this. Even in the distant future, British Somalia will be independent. In the process of British management, mature local decision makers have emerged in British Somalia, and it will not merge with Italian Somalia. At the end of the report, Edward Bridges suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "There is news from the Far East about the handling of the Japanese Navy. The British Empire and our close ally, the Americans, have agreed on one thing, to destroy and sink all the warships above the Japanese Navy cruisers. All the unfinished warships and submarines will be cut with electric welding. That's a pity. Many warships are still powerful." Alan Wilson said with regret, "This is the final decision of Britain and the United States." Alexander Cadogan saw Alan Wilson's reaction and added, "Alan, think about it. If those remaining cruisers, battleships, and aircraft carriers are to be retained, they must be distributed according to the plan on the European side. What if the Soviets want the remaining battleships and aircraft carriers of the Japanese Navy? Should we give them or not? Therefore, all large warships must be destroyed, so that the Soviet Union will have nothing to say. Only some 1,000-ton destroyers are retained, which pose no threat to the Royal Navy. So it is best to destroy all the large warships of the Japanese Navy. As for the remaining junk, we can make a tolerant gesture and let the Soviet Union and China choose them at will. The British Empire will have no objection. Respected Sir Edward, Sir Alexander, Alan Wilson's heart moved, not because he suddenly wanted to have an internationalist spirit and fight for something for the Soviet Union and a major Asian country, but he thought of the unfinished submarine in Hamburg, which he wanted to sell to the Junagadh state. After saying this, Edward Bridges' face changed. It was no small matter to sell the completed German submarines, but the Hamburg shipyard was the wealth of the British occupied area. Britain had the right to deal with this matter independently, and other countries could not interfere. Alan, you mean the Junagadh state? Is it rich? Seeing that Edward Bridges did not speak, Alexander Cadogan understood and asked. It is not a simple question of whether it is rich or not. It is a rare kind. Alan Wilson introduced the Junagadh state in detail. The strength of the Junagadh state is firmly in the top 3 among the princely states of British India. Chapter 152 Output Divide and Conquer Experience. Now the British Empire is one of the 3 giants after the war. The Royal Navy is still the 2nd largest in the world and it still has a large number of colonies. But it is short of money. How serious is the economic difficulty in Britain? Historically, the rationing system in Britain ended in 1954 after the end of World War II. It had been 9 years since the surrender. Most of the battlefields were on their own land. The Soviet Union, which had nearly 30 million casualties, ended the rationing system in 1949. In the 1950s, France and Germany successively surpassed Britain in per capita income. This was a scene that had never appeared since the beginning of the colonial era. You should know that Germany in World War I had only half of Britain's per capita income. France, known as usury imperialism, was only a little more than half. In the entire European continent, only the small Netherlands, which was supported by the entire Dutch East Indies, could compare with Britain. In terms of industrial share, Germany's industrial capacity in World War II was nearly twice that of Britain, but in the first year of mobilization, Britain's arms production exceeded Germany, whose industrial capacity was twice as much as its own, and this process was completed in just over a year. Among the major belligerents, Britain's mobilization rate even exceeded that of the Soviet Union. Perhaps only Bulgaria during World War I was more desperate than Britain during World War II. After 5 years of such a total mobilization, the impact on the national economy was very huge, even greater than that of the Soviet Union, whose homeland became a battlefield. What is a wartime economy? It is to distort economic laws, revolve all resources around war, overdraw the future of the national economy to serve the war, which cannot last long. Total mobilization is not a productivity obtained out of thin air, but is completely obtained by overdrawing the future. The stronger the mobilization rate, the more difficult it is to get out. Britain's mobilization rate is stronger than that of the Soviet Union, so it takes more time to adjust. The current British Empire is even temporarily unable to suppress its huge colonies for a long time. Historically, it was not until the end of the rationing system in 1954 that Britain began to try to maintain the face of the British Empire. The Suez Canal War was the last time Britain saved its colonial empire. Prime Minister Attlee wanted to get rid of British India for reconstruction, while Alan Wilson wanted to maximize the benefits in this process. The common point is that any cut to British India will benefit the British mainland. If the price is right, I will make a suggestion to the Prime Minister. Edward Bridges agreed. Every sum of money is extremely valuable to London, especially under the premise that American aid has been interrupted. When has the British Empire ever joined forces with countries like Belgium and the Netherlands to keep warm? Isn't it starting to put down its face and do so now? Since Alan Wilson returned to Europe, he has been spreading the idea of using colonies to cash in and supplement the local economy. Now there is a certain market among the civil servants. Since we want to get rid of the burden and let the colonies become independent, we should cash in as much as possible in the process. The highest bidder will win. I believe that the Junagadh state will fully realize the goodwill of the empire. Alan Wilson patted his chest. He must buy these German submarines at a good price. Alan, go talk to the Dutch about the ultimate goal of the Dutch East Indies and what the worst scenario is. Edward Bridges nodded and gave Alan Wilson another task. Since the colonial countries support each other, it is necessary to make it clear whether the Netherlands, which is about to launch a military operation, has a clear plan and maintain transparency in the military operation so that the British side can cooperate. Otherwise, without knowing what the Netherlands' purpose is, Britain should not interfere too much. After all, it is a colony of the Netherlands. Once it is done, it is likely to backfire. Alan Wilson, who realized that his superiors were particularly optimistic about my spirit, took the initiative to find the Dutch with an excited mood. It was simply to help the Dutch in a hurry and save the Netherlands from the water and fire. The British Empire, which owed a lot of debts, could think of selling jet engines to the Soviet Union. Now it is not incomprehensible to put down the dignity of the boss of the colonial empire and take the initiative to lend a hand. Mr. Allen, of course we want to return to Asia and continue our rule in the East Indies. George Ormond, the Dutch representative, was also quite surprised by the arrival of Alan Wilson. When did the British become so considerate? Is there no backup plan? For example, if things don't go smoothly, the bottom line condition is that the investment is too large and the effect is not significant. Alan Wilson said and gestured. After all, it was the sovereign country returning to Asia. Wouldn't it be too frivolous without a detailed plan? Or was it looking at people with an old perspective? Did he think that the national leaders of the Far East were still at the same level as before? Then Alan Wilson had to give the Dutch a shot of prevention. He hoped that the Dutch would not be in vain, at least get more than in history, otherwise he would not change history at all. In public, once the Netherlands retreated, the pressure would all be on Britain. In private, British Malaya was the backup plan for British India designated by the empire's overseas civil servants. No one wanted to see the place they managed being harassed every other day. Alan Wilson remembered that the Indonesian version had existed since ancient times. The basic logic was that Indonesia and Malaysia had been a unified country since ancient times, but the evil Western colonizers split the unified Indonesia and artificially turned it into two countries. In fact, before the CIA killed Sukarno and the Indonesian Communist Party in one fell swoop, Indonesia was a pro-Soviet country. You should know that there is a very famous Bandung Conference, which is a nation-African conference held in Bandung, Indonesia by government delegations of Asian and African countries and regions. This is the first large-scale international conference for Asian and African countries and regions to discuss the vital interests of the Asian and African people without the participation of colonial countries. Because this conference was held in Bandung, it is also called the Bandung Conference. Bandung is a city in Indonesia, which shows Indonesia's tendency. During the Sukarno period, Indonesia has been committed to unifying Greater Indonesia and annexing British Malaya with the support of the Soviet Union. Then Alan Wilson knew this future, so he naturally had to crack it from the beginning. In theory, the Dutch suppression of the Dutch East Indies was a great success, which was the most beneficial to the British Empire. Because the Netherlands is a small European country after all, it will not have an impact on the influence of the British Empire. But Alan Wilson also knew that it was precisely because the Netherlands itself was not strong that it was difficult to keep such a large Dutch East Indies. There was no strict plan, so he had to sit down and have a good talk with the Dutch. Mr. George, you may have heard that the Japanese army deliberately armed the Indonesian resistance before surrendering. Alan Wilson sat down slowly and said in a heavy tone, I came back from British India. Would you like to hear my views on Asia? Mr. Allen, the relationship between the Netherlands and Britain has always been very harmonious. I will listen carefully to your views on the East. George Ormond was slightly embarrassed, as if the Netherlands' preparations were slightly insufficient. It's not about harmony, but compared with the previous hatred between the Netherlands and Britain, in all colonies, we have a common identity as colonizers. Alan Wilson waved his hand gently and said, the theme of this meeting is how to preserve the interests in Europe's hands today. Everyone must show unity on the issue of colonies, so I will first tell you the information I have. Before Japan decided to surrender, the Japanese troops stationed in India received secret instructions from Japan, requiring them to hand over their weapons and equipment to the local national independence movement in Indonesia, and instigate the Indonesians to carry out a revolution, to create chaos for the Allied forces. The Japanese troops stationed in India sent a message to all of Indonesia the next day, to establish the Indonesian Independence Preparation Committee. After talking about Japan's arming of Indonesian independence forces, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, I can immediately send a telegram to New Delhi, ordering the Indian Corps to land on Java Island. to buy time for the arrival of the Dutch army. But whether the Dutch army can successfully suppress the independence forces in the end is not something that external forces can help. Of course, in theory, the British Empire hopes that the Netherlands can succeed. The Netherlands is very grateful to the British Empire for its support in important decisions concerning the civilized world. George Armand was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately expressed his gratitude. Don't be happy too soon. I still have something to say. Japan's rampage in Asia, whether it is luck or something else, has caused extremely bad effects. Many natives in Southeast Asia, influenced by Japan's defeat of European countries, are no longer in awe of us psychologically. This is the most terrible thing. Alan Wilson let out a long sigh, asking George Armand not to thank him too early. British injuries like this, and I believe the situation in the East Indies, will only be worse. The British Empire will certainly give the Netherlands as much support as possible, just as we support France's return to Vietnam. But the difficulties may be more serious than you two countries imagine. So I have some personal suggestions. Alan Wilson was hesitant when he spoke, but he finally made up his mind and said, if you want to maintain an order that is beneficial to Europe, you may have to be a little ruthless. I hope the Netherlands can be mentally prepared and have a backup plan. If you can't get the right to rule the entire Dutch East Indies, you can activate the backup plan, such as cutting off Indonesia's largest island with the smallest population and naturally the worst resistance. This may be much easier. Having just learned advanced experience from the cabinet secretary, Alan Wilson turned around and talked about the benefits of partition in front of the Dutch, and even hinted intentionally or unintentionally that Kalimantan was actually very good. As the largest island in the Dutch East Indies, its population was only 1/10 of that of the Dutch East Indies. If the Dutch rule could not be maintained in the entire Dutch East Indies, then separating Kalimantan and focusing on management would also receive support from the British Empire. The new book monthly ticket list was overtaken. Hey, please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 153 Demonstrating Unity. Kalimantan is the largest island in the Dutch East Indies, and its population is about 1/10 of that of Java. Java is not large in the Dutch East Indies, only 130,000 square kilometers, but because the local land is fertile, the population is overwhelmingly superior to other islands. It is precisely because of the overwhelming population that Indonesia, a country of thousands of islands, has maintained its unity after independence. Even though Indonesia is actually a country that is extremely easy to split from a geographical point of view. Compared with Java, the center of the Dutch East Indies, Kalimantan has an area of nearly 800,000 square kilometers and is the largest island in the Dutch East Indies, but because of the poor land, its population is only 1/10 of the entire Dutch East Indies. The current population of the Dutch East Indies is over 80 million, so Kalimantan is less than 10 million people according to the maximum estimate. There is also a very personal request. After discussing whether Kalimantan is suitable for partition for a long time, Alan Wilson lowered his voice and said, I hope that no matter whether the Netherlands can be successful or not, after arriving in the Dutch East Indies, the local population statistics will be announced immediately, and it is best to overestimate it. Overestimate the population. Why? George Armand was puzzled. What does this have to do with the current situation in the Dutch East Indies? And the higher the estimate, the more the local indigenous people feel that there is strength in numbers, which will make it more difficult to deal with. Oh, my George. Of course it is useful. Australia has a population of only 7.5 million. The Dutch East Indies is too close to Australia. Only neighbors can feel this kind of population pressure. Eileen Wilson smiled and shook her head. Think about Australia, which is so large and has such a sparse population. If the Dutch East Indies eventually becomes independent, the neighboring country is a country with a population of over 100 million, but most of them are crowded on the island of Java. What will Australians think? Alan, this is very far-sighted. You embody the excellent qualities of a British Empire diplomat. George Armand understood it immediately. Who is the place that faces the population pressure of the Dutch East Indies? Australia. Australia has been implementing the White Australia policy for a long time. Is it just because it has nothing to do? If Australia had a population of over 100 million, would it be so xenophobic? Maybe, but the sense of crisis would be much smaller. In the eyes of Asian people, Australia actually has a very bad impression, because Australia is the most xenophobic member of the Five Eyes Alliance. Australia is just cooperating with the United States in propaganda. It is really on guard against Indonesia, which is close at hand. In the 21st century, Australia's population was less than 30 million, and Indonesia's population was nearly 10 times that of Australia. Since Indonesia's independence, it has been a direct competitor in the eyes of Australians. Indonesia has a large area, but not much fertile land. Its population has always been 10 times that of Australia. Among the Australian people, Indonesia's presence far exceeds that of the Republic. In the matter of the Dutch East Indies, it would be best to get Australia's goodwill support, so that the chance of success will be improved. If it cannot be done, Kalimantan will be retained as the focus of operation, and Australia will be united to contain the independent Indonesia. Even if Kalimantan cannot be saved in the end with the development of the times, it can still split Indonesia, maintain the balance in Southeast Asia, and prevent the independent Indonesia from dominating. Will Southeast Asia be dominated by one country in the future? If Alan Wilson is fair, it is true that Indonesia's national strength far exceeds that of other countries, both in terms of area and population. As for Vietnam, which is favored by some republics, it is not actually Indonesia's opponent, and the relationship between Vietnam and Indonesia is not good. The two countries have had many conflicts over the South China Sea, and most of the fishing boats sunk by Indonesia at sea are from Vietnam. The competition for Southeast Asia is all centered around Indonesia, and other Southeast Asian countries are far less important than Indonesia. For the current Dutch East Indies, Alan Wilson's advice to the Dutch is to suppress it resolutely. He said in a cruel tone, "Jakarta is a coastal city. If the resistance is fierce, my personal suggestion is to bombard Jakarta, regardless of whether it is a civilian area or not. As long as the United States is embarrassed to accuse it openly, the countries in this Brussels conference in Europe will pretend not to see it. As for how many casualties there will be among the locals, this is not something that Alan Wilson, a British man, should care about. He just truthfully provided possible favorable conditions and let the Dutch make their own choices." When Alan Wilson left, it was George Armand who saw him out personally. He said sincerely, "The Netherlands thanks Britain for its kind help. We should help each other. This is a united Europe." Alan Wilson said solemnly, "Once the military action begins, we must not hold back, and we must suppress it with the most resolute attitude. If there is a phased success, the Japanese Southern Army is currently in the local British POW camp. The Netherlands can select those who deliberately instigated the independence of the Dutch East Indies and publicly execute them to deter them. This will show that Japan, the strongest country in Asia, has ended up like this, and these natives instigated by Japan are no match for Europe." After waving goodbye to George Armand, Alan Wilson went straight back to his base to report to Cabinet Secretary Edward Bridges, and expressed the embarrassment that the Dutch had not filed a record. "The Netherlands has been stable for too long, and even forgot how to fight." Edward Bridges shook his head and said, "But you said that shelling Jakarta was a suggestion in a private setting, otherwise it might be criticized." Alan Wilson immediately apologized, and Edward Bridges waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. In terms of strategy, this suggestion is understandable, just like the bombing of German cities by British and American bombers. As long as the final result is good, the cruel process can be ignored. Moreover, this is done by the Dutch, and has nothing to do with the British. And just like your other proposal, as long as the Americans do not make explicit accusations, then the European side will pretend not to see it. Alexander Cadogan added, "No one will know about this." Alan Wilson agreed with the views of the two leaders. The death of a person can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Of course, the value is different in different places. Take the Berlin Wall in Europe, which had not yet appeared. In the decades since the Berlin Wall appeared, there were records of 130 people being shot dead for smuggling. But at the same time, more than 300 people were shot dead by the US National Guard every year when they smuggled into the United States from Mexico. 4 months succeeded the history of the construction of the Berlin Wall. The former was widely reported by the whole world, while the latter was unknown. This can prove how terrible it is to have public opinion in hand. After a simple, boring but happy life in the British occupied zone, Alan Wilson finally dreamed of the Potsdam Conference and found the diligence and hard work of the imperial civil servants at the Brussels Conference. It was even busier than the Potsdam Conference. At the Potsdam Conference, he was at least just doing secret operations. The formal negotiations were handled by the current British representative in Berlin, Eiffel. Now he has to attend formal meetings and do secret operations alone. Every day after the formal meeting, he kept talking to representatives of different countries about different response plans. The day after talking with George Armand, Alan Wilson talked about the issue of Goa with Olivia, the representative of Portugal. Olivia said that Portugal urgently hoped that the British Empire would openly and clearly support Portugal's ownership of Goa. Alan Wilson said that the current situation was not suitable for making public statements regarding the issue of British India. Once the British Empire could disintegrate the independence of British India, the issue of Goa would naturally disappear. If not, before the independence of British India, Britain would definitely formally confirm Portugal's legal rights to Goa. I'm afraid that by then, we will be too late to communicate, Olivia said with disappointment. Alan Wilson's face suddenly fell, and he reminded, "Dear Mr. Olivia, maybe I will be in New Delhi by then, and you can contact me directly at that time." Oh, such a coincidence? Olivia was stunned at first, and then her expression changed visibly. Knowing that Alan Wilson should have made such an operation, she congratulated him without leaving a trace. If fate has made such a wonderful arrangement, Portugal will definitely express sincere gratitude for it. Sincere gratitude? Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and accurately captured the key information. It seemed that there was an unexpected gain waiting for him in the future. When communicating with the French about the marching speed in the transfer of Vietnam, Alan Wilson made clear France's firm attitude towards the colonies and gave firm support, hoping that France would regain its glory. Belgium has little interest in other places because its only important colony is the Belgian Congo in Central Africa. Similarly, Spain's remaining colonies are only in Africa and currently pose no threat. Therefore, at the Brussels conference, Spain and Belgium do not have a strong presence. However, since this is a conference for colonial countries to show unity, it is impossible for Spain and Belgium to stay out of it. After reporting, Alan Wilson was authorized to secretly find representatives of Portugal, the Netherlands and France to clarify their positions and prepare to put pressure on Belgium and Spain to show the unity of colonial countries. Chapter 154 Today's Humiliation. Just because the colonies of Belgium and Spain seem relatively safe, we cannot work without making any effort on issues involving the interests of many countries. During the communication, the French deeply agreed with this point, especially that Spain should make compensation. You must know that the border between France and Spain is still closed, and the whole of Europe seems to have forgotten this country. If it were not for the fact that Britain pulled Spain into this meeting because of its African colonies, Spain would be in an awkward situation for at least a few years. Whether it is a punishment or not, France hopes that Spain can make an effort to help the countries present maintain the stability of their colonies. Didn't Spain do this during World War II, sending troops to help Germany attack the Soviet Union? Can't France do what Germany did? Coincidentally, Alan Wilson also had this idea. There is no problem for Spain to be accepted by European countries again, but it must show sincerity to reflect the value of Spain. Spain's total military strength in 1945 was about 450,000. Compared with the main participants in World War II, it was naturally a weak chicken that was not worth mentioning. The Blue Division was also composed of elite troops drawn from the entire Spanish army, which was barely acceptable. But this question depends on the angle from which you look at it. Spain's more than 400,000 troops, coupled with the few African colonies left after the Spanish-American War, seem too abundant. The Spanish army is a weak chicken in Europe, but in front of such a small colony, it is undoubtedly a heavenly army, and its strength is almost overflowing, which is not in line with the consideration of maximizing interests. You know, the plan that Alan Wilson heard from the Dutch representative George Armand was to send an expeditionary force of 20,000 people back to the Dutch East Indies. It's not a joke to go with only 18,000 people. I didn't really participate in the war, but there is one impression that cannot be changed. The Franco regime was supported by Germany and Italy. The Franco regime pursued a policy very similar to that of Germany and Italy, also suppressing the people, and also very bloody. At the meeting in June, the Mexican representative proposed that the United Nations should refuse countries supported by the Axis powers to become members of the United Nations. At the Potsdam Conference in July, the Soviet Union expressed its position on Spain, and the United Kingdom, the United States and the Soviet Union officially confirmed that they would not support Spain's membership in the United Nations. This is the current real situation in Spain, although Britain also expressed its agreement with the United States and the Soviet Union at the Potsdam Conference. However, as long as Spain is willing to contribute to a united Europe, it is still possible to return to the united European family. First deal with Spain, then deal with Belgium, and basically we can come up with a unified view on important issues. Nino Bertrand agreed, after listening to Alan Wilson's opinion, if Spain can dispatch a certain amount of troops in good faith to make up for the crimes committed during the war, Paris can consider reopening the border. In fact, France is not lacking in military strength. I think the situation in the Dutch East Indies is more dangerous. Maybe they need the assistance of the French army. The military strength of the Netherlands is really not optimistic. Alan Wilson said hesitantly, the population of the Netherlands is less than 9 million, and the population of the Dutch East Indies is almost 100 million. Obviously, the problem of the Netherlands is bigger. If Spain is willing to make certain compensation for its actions during the war, it is obvious that the Netherlands needs it more. Among the 6 countries currently attending the Brussels conference, the Netherlands has the weakest military strength, with a population of less than 9 million, which is equivalent to the population of Belgium. But how did Belgium perform in World War II, and how did the Netherlands perform? The Dutch steel production is 50,000 tons. Is France embarrassed to compete with the Netherlands for mercenaries at this time? Before Nino Bertrand could refute, Alan Wilson continued, on the issue of Asian colonies, the colonies of Britain, France and the Netherlands are interconnected. Once one of them has a problem, it will inevitably fall like a domino. If the Netherlands fails, British Malaya will be under pressure. If British Malaya is under pressure, it will not be able to help France stabilize Vietnam. What is needed at this time is the unity of European countries. We cannot only consider our own land and ignore our friendly allies. Alan Wilson started with a string of numbers, proving that the Netherlands is obviously the one that needs help the most, not France, which has millions of reserve troops because of the World War. He also hinted that the French were a little selfish in putting pressure on Spain and expecting Spain to compensate with mercenaries. For this reason, Alan Wilson even brought out the excuse that the United States joined the Vietnam War. That is, if Vietnam is not stopped from changing color, the entire Southeast Asia will be dyed red by the domino effect, hoping that France will not only calculate its own petty profits at this time, but also consider the overall situation. On the issue of colonies, Britain and France must reach a consensus. After reaching this consensus, the representatives of the 4 countries, together with the representatives of the Netherlands and Belgium, went to have a good talk with the Spanish representative Manuel Martin. Alan Wilson has a say in any issue about colonies at this meeting, because the British Empire is currently the largest colonial empire. The question of where the colonies are, is not where they are, but where they are not. Similarly, although the majority of France's colonies are concentrated in North Africa, there are also Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia in Southeast Asia. In Syria in the Middle East, the interests of Britain and France overlap. But on specific issues, it is necessary to communicate with representatives of other countries separately, such as talking about Southeast Asia with the Netherlands, Africa with Belgium and Spain, and Goa and Africa with Portugal. In 1945, Spain was in an unprecedented stage of isolation. No matter how hard General Franco tried to prove that Spain had no relationship with Germany and Italy, and had always maintained strict neutrality during the World War. However, not to mention the attitude of the Soviet Union, even the first impression of European countries is that the current Spanish regime was supported by Germany and Italy, which can be proved by the development of the Spanish Civil War. The current Spanish regime can be regarded as a legacy of Germany and Italy. If it were not for the fear of being taken advantage of by the Soviet Union, the current consideration should be that everyone would send troops to overthrow the current Spanish regime. Faced with such an environment, Alan Wilson and Nino Bertrand came together to represent Britain and France to express their positions. Naturally, they would not be so polite. They still use the old method, one red face and one white face. Considering that France is currently blocking the border with Spain, Nino Bertrand is more suitable to be the villain. Spain itself was called by the British Empire to participate in the Brussels Conference. Alan Wilson is more suitable for the role of peacemaker. Britain and France cooperated with both soft and hard tactics to force Spain to submit and contribute their own strength to defend European colonies. For Spain at present, it is now a very terrible dark period. It can be said that under the oppression of the international stage, the entire Spanish society is in a very unstable state. This time, Spain was able to participate in the Brussels Conference. The country was already boiling and had high hopes for this conference. But in front of Manuel Martin, Nino Bertrand first poured a basin of cold water, arrogantly saying that this was the price Spain had to pay. After reciting the old-fashioned words about the current situation in Spain, Nino Bertrand said with threats and intimidation that France would be happy to see the Soviet Union persuade the United States to change the Spanish regime. Alan Wilson remained silent. When he felt that things were almost done, he said, "Mr. Manuel, in fact, not everyone agrees with Spain's participation in this meeting. All of our countries were enemies of Germany in the war. Mr. Allen, Spain has always maintained a friendly neutrality. The Germans once persuaded Spain to attack Gibraltar." Manuel Martin quickly explained, "We didn't do that either. Neutrality is a fact, but who this friendliness is directed at does not need a pale explanation as it is now. All countries know it. Even the Mexicans are not on your side. Spain was once the suzerain of Mexico." Alan Wilson said indifferently, "The British Empire, for the sake of European unity, hopes that Spain will contribute to post-war reconstruction and regain the understanding of friendly European countries. But this also requires Spain to perform, right? Otherwise, the British Empire has no reason to be the bad guy." Alan Wilson and Nino Bertrand, representing the two strongest colonial empires, used both verbal and military threats. French Foreign Minister Georges Bidault walked leisurely into the room where Charles de Gaulle was resting. When the door was opened, Charles de Gaulle put down the documents in his hand and asked, "George, I agree very much with the ideas in this French national policy outline. In the foreseeable future, Germany will definitely lean towards the side of Britain and the United States. If this becomes a reality, France will feel unprecedented isolation. Just like Spain now." Georges Bidault asked back in disagreement, and then pointed out that Britain and France were now putting pressure on Spain, and then said, "At present, the British have shown rare unity. This time they are really sincere in facilitating the Brussels Conference. If it was the arrogant Churchill, this meeting would never have taken place. Even if it was at Lee now, we should not be too wishful and optimistic." Charles de Gaulle stood up and poured a glass of water to moisten his thirsty throat. Finally, he said, "Whether the British are sincere or not, we still have to keep an eye on it. Past history has proved that the British have made an indelible contribution to the mutual hatred in Europe. I also hope that Britain will at least be like a human being this time." Georges Bidault agreed deeply. "Maybe a miracle will happen." Recommended works on the shelves today: Secret War Trilogy Silent Chapter. In the massacre, Luo Yeo escaped death, and by chance, he entered the Linley Special Training Class. He used his talent for hearing to kill traitors, catch traitors, hunt down Japanese spies, and decipher the Japanese Army's top secret codes, performing a legendary life. An excellent spy, his deeds are all written on the epitaph. Luo Yeo, the greatest spy of the 20th century, Titing, produced by Changfeng. It must be a masterpiece. Chapter 155 European Army. At least so far, the British have performed well. Charles de Gaulle was unwilling to stand and talk to others because of his height. He drank a sip of water and then sat down and said, "I hope the British can understand the current situation. At least the decision made now is the same as my idea. The short-term threat to France is Germany, and the long-term threat may be the Soviet Union, but this long-term threat may not necessarily be expressed in the form of war. I'm afraid that the British now, because of the mistakes made during Chamberlain's time, have gone to the other side and exaggerated the threat of the Soviet Union, becoming nervous and giving up European interests. The Soviet Union is certainly a threat, but the Americans are also unreliable. For example, in Vietnam before, the Americans gave our right to accept surrender to the Chinese. After listening to de Gaulle's words, Georges Bidault nodded, indicating that he agreed with de Gaulle's ideas. Whether it is the Soviet Union or the United States, the threat to our colonies is the same. In the short term, the Soviet Union cannot project its power overseas, but the Americans have this ability. The British still made the right judgment at the critical moment this time. The key is what role Germany plays in this. Charles de Gaulle opened his mouth. He had no good idea on how to deal with Germany. People have to admit that the possibility of Germany joining the Soviet Union is not completely zero, but it is very small. Therefore, from a practical point of view, there is no need to consider it. This is first of all, because the contemptuous hatred that separates Germans from Slavs has a long history, and the national affinity between Germans and Britain and the United States, as well as the Germans' sincere sympathy for the British, although this sincerity may not always be rewarded, all show that Britain and the United States are inclined towards Germany. In addition, the various signs of strength and prosperity that people can see, such as the treatment of prisoners of war and the behavior of the occupying forces, have also greatly deepened the cross-border envy that the Germans have always had for their distant relatives across the English Channel. George, if Germany eventually becomes Sovietized, we can conclude that France cannot survive under such circumstances, and will inevitably become the next after Germany. So we also hope that Germany can withstand the Soviet Union and become a frontier to protect Europe, but the Germans are distant relatives of Britain and the United States, and they have hatred for us. This problem is too difficult to solve. When talking about how to get along with Germany, Charles de Gaulle sighed in his heart. Most opinions within the French provisional government are to retaliate against Germany severely. Even de Gaulle is unwilling to oppose it, which will isolate him. However, the consequence of retaliating against Germany may lead Germany to the Soviet Union, although this possibility is not great. Another possibility is that Britain and the United States will exclude France's influence in the German-occupied areas, which is very likely. No matter which result occurs, it is not good for France's long-term development. Britain and Germany have a sense of closeness and national sentiment. It is too difficult for France to compete for influence in the face of this closeness. So de Gaulle has always tried his best to speak for Italy. After all, Italy is also part of Latin civilization. For this reason, when Britain proposed to let Spain join this Brussels conference, France did not firmly oppose it. Italy and Spain are allies of France to maintain its influence. Of course, France can only do this now. Poland in the Middle Ages has proved that it is not a good idea to jump back and forth between two powerful enemies. Between Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union, France alone wants to go its own way, which must be the end of Poland. Fortunately, Britain seems to be more sincere now. From firmly supporting France, to become a permanent member of the Security Council, to striving for the right of France to station troops in Germany, Britain is still more credible. When the leader of the French provisional government and the foreign minister were negotiating, the soft and hard tactics against Spain continued. If someone interviewed Alan Wilson in 1945, he devoted himself to the British Empire, but could only look at the eyes of the United States and the Soviet Union. Is it a hellish task? Alan Wilson will definitely deny it in his heart, which is better than serving France in 1945. At least on the issue of colonies, although the political situation in France is unstable, and he steps down at any time, he is still consistent on the issue of colonies. The real loser is Britain, which seems to be politically stable. If Alan Wilson was a Frenchman, he would be really desperate, because Britain, this pig teammate, is completely unreliable. When Churchill came to power for the second time, he still felt that Britain had the strength to play the three-ring diplomacy and become the link between the Commonwealth, the United States and the Soviet Union. At that time, even British India had been independent for several years, and Churchill still believed that Britain had the strength to be the balancer of the continental balance. When Churchill's successor Eden was Prime Minister, the Suez Canal War failed, and France finally realized that Britain was no longer reliable. It left Britain and started to work alone. At the same time, it reconciled with Germany and publicly stated that Britain was only interested in dividing Europe. At that time, it was too late for Britain to take the initiative. France had repeatedly refused Britain to join the European community. In 1945, Britain was actually in much better conditions than France. As long as it was willing to put aside its face, it would be easy to establish a European community with Britain and France as the dual core. Britain's voice in it would definitely be more important than France. The formation of a European community with Britain as the main body and France as the auxiliary was foreseeable. Alan Wilson, who had used words and weapons to threaten the Spanish representatives together with Nino Bertrand, launched a bribery offensive after the French showed a tough attitude, indicating that Europe still welcomed Spain's contribution. I will report the situation here to General Franco truthfully. Inspired by the glory of the two colonial empires, Manuel Martin was grateful to Britain and France for putting aside their past grudges. For Spain, this is an opportunity to re-enter the international community. Alan Wilson said slowly, of course, the premise is that Spain must make strong compensation for the damage it has done to Europe before. The opportunity has come now. I hope Spain can seize this opportunity, otherwise, it will waste the goodwill of Britain and France. Britain and France are now big countries with global influence. In the eyes of other parts of the world, even if they are not on par with the United States and the Soviet Union, they are still very powerful. Obviously, in front of Spain, Britain, and France, whose ancestors were rich, and whose underwear has not been pulled down, still have a lot of face. Manuel Martin even felt a heavy responsibility in his heart. Whether Spain can break through the diplomatic dilemma of total isolation, this hope falls on him. Ignoring the Spanish representatives who had a lot of inner drama, Alan Wilson left the residence of the Spanish delegation with Nino Bertrand after the effect, moving his stiff arms. He has been working at full power recently, and he is a little tired. Having a public meeting to show hypocrisy, and having a secret operation to show the arrogance of old-fashioned imperialism. Not everyone can be a double dealer, especially with the French representative next to him, who spent the most saliva. Alan, are you a little tired? Nino Bertrand asked with concern. In fact, at the beginning of the meeting, I still had some doubts about you, but you changed my mind. Do I know Mr. Nino? Alan Wilson asked puzzledly. People can't have prejudices, right? Both sides don't know each other. Why do the French have doubts about him right away? Just because he is British? Nothing. Nino Bertrand hesitated to speak, and wanted to ask, have you ever stood and talked passionately on the streets of Paris without any back pain, and even appeared in British newspapers? It can be imagined that this is not a glorious thing after all. Nino Bertrand still did not ask, but could only say, you are different from ordinary British diplomats. You seem to be very enthusiastic about your current work. Of course, I'm a European. Alan Wilson stood straight and said proudly, but it is true that many people in the country have doubts about Britain's active involvement in Europe. This violates tradition. Tradition? Nino Bertrand's face changed. It can be said that the biggest victim of Britain's tradition towards Europe is France. Long illness makes a good doctor. France is a country that has the most thorough understanding of Britain's diplomatic philosophy. So you're from the European faction. Nino Bertrand's tone was as perfunctory as it could be, but Alan Wilson didn't hear it because of his French accent. I wonder what Alan thinks of a united Europe. The biggest bond of unity is the colonies. Alan Wilson looked at the representatives of the Netherlands and Portugal who were relatively far away, and lowered his voice. In fact, we can use Spain as a breakthrough point to form a joint foreign legion, a European foreign legion. This is London's idea. Nino Bertrand's heart moved, and he hurriedly asked, I wonder how many supporters there are in London? Oh, my friend, this is the idea of the French. Alan Wilson shirked responsibility without leaving a trace. How could the British have such a whimsical idea? If someone brought it up, they would be laughed at. But if the French made this suggestion, It should be taken seriously because it is a diplomatic issue and must be treated seriously. Nano Bertrand stood in Yun AI for a moment, savoring Alan Wilson's words carefully, and finally smiled. In fact, France has always had similar ideas and has always wanted to bring them up at this meeting. Oh, really? It seems that the British Empire must carefully consider this issue, Alan Wilson said with surprise, stretching his stiff neck. Let's talk to the Belgians. I think they will be much easier to deal with than Spain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, British and French Guidance. Belgian Congo is located in the center of Africa and is also the only important colony of Belgium. To the north is French Africa and to the east is British East Africa. The Belgian Congo can be described in this sentence: the French Army and the English Navy, two powerful countries, serve a colony of Belgium. Isn't this a small blessing? In the short term, it seems that the Belgian colony is very safe. In fact, it is indeed safe enough. Within 10 years, Belgium seems to have no reason to make more efforts. It is not the isolated environment of Spain now. However, it is naturally a European conference to demonstrate unity, and the venue of the conference is set in the capital of Belgium. If Belgium wants to get benefits for free without paying, it is undoubtedly a dream. The British Empire is not afraid of not helping enough now, but is afraid of not helping enough. No matter what it is like, even if it stands up to make up the number, one more country, and one more force, Belgium must also make due contributions. Belgium and the Netherlands are neighbors. Even if it's out of goodwill, they should take some action, even if it's just sending out a battalion. Alan Wilson said indifferently, as long as the Belgian flag appears over the Dutch East Indies, it will be a great help to the Netherlands. At this time, we should put aside our selfishness and help consolidate the interests of Europe as much as possible. There is no such thing as mine or his colonies. They belong to everyone. In another situation, Alan Wilson would be moved to tears. It was simply the spirit of internationalism. The German-French unity in Europe is just for fun. If we really want to unite Europe, we still have to rely on the British Empire. Finally, under the inspiration of Britain and France, Belgium believed that Belgium should contribute to the issue of European unity, but at the same time asked, under what name should Belgium send appropriate troops to stand up for the Netherlands? As an important member of the Allies, Belgium should help the Netherlands take over the Dutch East Indies occupied by the Japanese army. Isn't that a matter of course? Alan Wilson said confidently. Are the Axis powers only Germany and Italy? Japan is also an important member. It is very normal for Belgium to shoulder international responsibilities. I think Alan is right. This is also France's idea. Nano Bertrand also spoke up and sang praises for maintaining the precious Anglo-French friendship. Since Britain and France have found an excuse for Belgium, in principle Belgium has no objection to its role. The Belgian Congo is surrounded by British and French colonies. If London and Paris make any moves, it will be enough to make Belgium uncomfortable for a while. After Belgium expressed that a united Europe is a good Europe, Alan Wilson finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 6 countries of the Brussels conference finally took a consistent position on the issue of colonies. Alan Wilson was filled with mixed feelings. Even if the predecessor of the European Union was just a framework, as long as it appeared early enough, it would have a great effect. The national power of Britain and France in 1945 was definitely louder than that of Britain and France after the Suez Canal War. As long as Britain could gain a foothold in this alliance, it would be much easier to suppress Germany, even if it joined in the future. With mixed feelings, Alan Wilson even imagined the future of the European community. Once Britain and France started fighting within this framework, they could win over those countries to support themselves. From the French perspective, it was nothing more than that Latin countries might be supporters of France. It was not that Alan Wilson was narrow-minded. Freedom and equality were great, but slogans were fine, but it was a little unintuitive when fighting. The kinship between countries was an undeniable and living fact, which had nothing to do with the racial concept that the Germans talked about. First of all, it was a close relationship related to language, civilization, and spirit in a general sense, or as people sometimes say, local customs and habits. Such a kinship undoubtedly existed between Latin peoples, mainly including France, Italy, and Spain. First of all, they all have a very eye-catching Catholic color. The depth of this influence often makes observers from abroad feel incredible. In addition, the close linguistic affinity makes it very convenient for Latin countries to communicate with each other. For France, Italy, and Spain, there is a close franchise relationship between various Latin civilizations. Such a spiritual affinity that unites the Latin nations should ensure a free, equal, and friendly character in the mutual relations between the nations within the Latin countries. Without this character, there will be no real democracy. To win over Italy and Spain, there is already a French national outline, which is a very influential document in France. Then Alan Wilson considers from the perspective of the United Kingdom. Among the current 6 countries, the Netherlands is definitely easy to win over. Belgium and Portugal. In fact, both Britain and France have great influence. France has cultural influence on Belgium and Portugal, while Britain is more direct. Relying on the upper hand in the past 200 years of fighting with France, it is easy for European countries to blindly follow Britain. It can be said that among the 6 countries in the current Brussels conference, France can hold Spain and Britain can hold the Netherlands. As for Portugal and Belgium, they are in a relatively neutral position. In terms of the proximity of the nationals of each country, Britain can win over many more countries in Europe than France. In a broad sense, Germanic people include Denmark, Sweden, and Norway in addition to Germany. Except for Germany, which has the size to sing the opposite tune, the population of other countries that Britain can win over is not large, and Britain is the natural big brother of these countries. Germany is a defeated country, and is destined to have no political voice in the framework of the European community. In fact, in the European Union decades later, France's political voice is greater than Germany, even though Germany has been unified. Although Germanic people do not actually have much market in the UK, once they need to win over allies, Britain will temporarily admit that they are Germanic people to bring supporters closer. On the other hand, the population and area of Italy and Spain in France are not much smaller than those of France. The historical burden of Italy and Spain is not as heavy as that of Germany. Who says they dare not sing the opposite tune of France over time? Although very tired, Alan Wilson was very excited. No matter what the EEC is like now, it is different to have it or not. He believes that this is a good start. The current EEC may only have the function of scaring people. Once the European economy recovers, it will become an important tool for Britain to maintain its glory. I heard that at today's meeting, the French proposed to establish a European army. Edward Bridges saw Alan Wilson after the meeting and asked, "The Prime Minister did not get the news from Charles de Gaulle." It seems that the French attitude of keeping secrets is still commendable. Alan Wilson said with a serious face, saying that he was also surprised. He said, "The French are very keen on establishing a nominal military force, but I personally have always had doubts. I'm afraid that France will use this to compete with the British Empire for leadership." Edward Bridges nodded in approval and expressed his appreciation for Alan Wilson's performance of being prepared for danger in times of peace. "We must consider this matter carefully. If France does not provide enough benefits, London will not be tempted. In addition, even if there is such a European Foreign Legion, the scale should not be too large. With the military strength of our British Empire, there is no need for the so-called European army." Alan Wilson, who already had a deep understanding of the double dealers, did not hesitate to state that the so-called European army was a French fantasy, and then change the subject. Of course, from another perspective, the countries that need such a sign the most to scare people are actually the Netherlands, Belgium and Portugal. The 3 countries are not strong enough in military strength, and they really hope to have such an organization to deter the colonies that are ready to move. At today's meeting, perhaps because the French had informed in advance, the Netherlands, Belgium and Portugal, who felt that their national strength was insufficient, all warmly welcomed the concept of the European army. It can be seen that Nino Bertrand also did some homework. Knowing that the Netherlands urgently needed the help of European allies, he also pulled the Netherlands into his camp. Edward Bridges and Alexander Cadogan were silent. After a while, someone came in and said that the foreign minister asked Alexander Cadogan, the secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to go there. After a while, Alexander Cadogan came back and said, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary also asked about the European Army, and asked us if we have any suggestions, whether we agree, and if we agree, what size would be appropriate. In fact, we and the French don't have to join in. We support sending staff to the command structure to maintain daily work. Edward Bridges thought for a long time and said, as for Portugal, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Spain, they can send some soldiers to hold up the so-called European Foreign Legion. Alan Wilson listened and thought, then asked uncertainly, in other words, although the British Empire does not join now, it reserves the right to join at any time. France should not join either. With the military strength of Britain and France, they can be free from restrictions. Instead, they can provide guidance on the side. Edward Bridges said, looking at Alexander Cadogan, the permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is the opinion of the diplomatic assessment. If you ask again, just answer like this. Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin and French Foreign Minister Georges Bidault said in an interview that rebuilding Europe's economy was more important than anything else, and this was also the biggest purpose of the Brussels conference. Turning off the radio, Alan Wilson was busy preparing the draft of the Six Nation Joint Declaration, and had no time to listen to nonsense. Chapter 157 Friendship will disappear. How to avoid saying things in just a few sentences, and completing a draft declaration that no one can finish reading, is actually a test of endurance. Alan Wilson has no time to pretend to be friendly now, but to find all the nouns he has learned in his life, and add them to the final declaration that no one can see. On his right hand side is a document, which is Alexander Kojève's outline of French national affairs. Alan Wilson felt sick of the name when he saw it. It is a proper Slavic name. This is indeed the case. Alexander Kojève was born in the Russian Empire, and left the Russian Empire after the emergence of the Soviet Union. So he is a white Russian in composition. France wanted to contain Germany before World War I. The Franco-Russian alliance was extremely solid, and was the cornerstone of the Allied powers. The friendship and trust between France and the Russian Empire was far above that of Britain and France. After the collapse of the Russian Empire, a large number of Russian nobles chose France as their place of exile, and there were a large number of white Russians living in Paris. In literature, the British Empire is actually not ranked in Europe. The real cultural powers are France and the Russian Empire. Among the intellectual community, Britain has never been able to compete with these two countries. After a long period of study, Alexander Kojève had established great prestige among the French intellectual community in 1945, and wrote the outline of the French national state as a reference for post-war France. Now the outline of the French national state has also become a reference document for Alan Wilson. The reason for the reference is how to crack the challenge that France will launch against Britain and the future European community, and a plan must be made in advance for this. The outline of the French national state mentioned that the Latin Empire is geographically based on France, Spain, and Italy, while also uniting vast colonies, Africa and Latin America, with which it has close relations. Politically, the Latin Empire must establish a realistic and effective political unity similar to the Commonwealth or the Soviet Union. At the same time, the Latin Empire must have the confidence to establish an unprecedented concept of empire, because the various states that the Latin Empire wants to unify have a long and independent history. In order to achieve a high degree of unity within the empire, an imaginative concept of empire must be formed. Alan Wilson remembered that France was about to set up the French Federation, which was probably similar to the Commonwealth. This can be regarded as a prototype of the so-called Latin Empire, but in the end the French Federation later evolved into the French Community, and finally became a francophone organization that simply promoted the French language. The idea of establishing a Latin Empire in the French national outline can be said to have failed in the end, but now there should be many intellectuals in France who are very enthusiastic about this concept. Preparing some response strategies is the job of an imperial civil servant. It won't make Alan Wilson too tired. When things happen, if they are taken seriously by the London government, it will be another credit for showing his ability. With a progressive heart, Alan Wilson believes that everything is worth it. After all, the Latin Empire concept mentioned in the French national outline is still very bluffing. You must know that especially Spain and Portugal, to Latin-speaking countries, because of their ancestors' wealth, the entire southern United States is Latin territory. Although there is almost no possibility of realizing this concept, since this concept has emerged, it would not be a mistake to prepare a response plan for it. After preparing the draft of the European Foreign Legion and the analysis and response to the French national outline, Alan Wilson went to find Edward Bridges to see if he could pass it smoothly. That's right. Edward Bridges took the analysis document of the outline of French national affairs, put aside the British position on the European Foreign Legion, and nodded reservedly. It's just that every important international conference, the declarations are boring and tedious. Anyway, people from different countries can't understand them. There are also countless people who analyze from various angles to show that they know a lot, so the Six Nation Declaration is not so important in essence. But France, that's another issue. Edward Bridges laughed and said, "We and our neighbor have been old rivals for hundreds of years. We have had sufficient exchanges since the 100 Years' War." Alan Wilson nodded. The definition of the 100 Years' War is really hard to judge. Who is right and who is wrong has their own reasons from different perspectives. The interior of France was originally the territory of the King of England at that time. However, the final result was that France won and expelled Britain from the European territory. If Britain had won the 100 Years' War, a powerful country after the merger of Britain and France might have appeared in Europe hundreds of years earlier. If there is an institution in Europe with the participation of various countries, we still have to be on guard against the French, so your preparation is certainly very ethical of an imperial civil servant. Edward Bridges read the document and finally approved. Establish a Latin Empire? The French are really bold. Oh, the author is a Russian. Two imaginative nations have come together. This may be a kind of desire for performance. A Russian tries his best to give advice to France in order to integrate into France. Alan Wilson expressed his opinion following Edward Bridges' opinion. Regarding the European Foreign Legion, the Prime Minister and I agree that the number should not be too large, and the four countries combined should not exceed 100,000, but the skeleton must be there. In order to cope with the future, we will decide whether to expand the scale at that time. Edward Bridges nodded slightly and said in a slow tone, "Speaking of this, the prosperity and development of the British Empire is also inseparable from the risk of some foreign soldiers, especially the support of British India." Alan, this is a place you are very familiar with, isn't it? Alan Wilson was just listening, but was suddenly called by the cabinet secretary and immediately replied, "Dear Sir Edward, this is the case. I have discussed with my colleagues in the Ministry of Indian Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and everyone believes that a suitable candidate is needed to implement the London Phalanx to complete the tasks of this special period." Edward Bridges said this, glanced at Alexander Cadogan and said, "Alexander, is that so?" "That's right, Sir Edward." Alexander Cadogan immediately expressed his opinion after hearing this. "We need a passionate and energetic candidate to get this done. The most important thing is reliability." Edward Bridges added calmly, "Alan, if you can return to British India and work in a familiar environment, can you satisfy everyone? No matter where I work, I will do my best. As long as the Empire needs me." Alan Wilson lowered his head, his tone full of humility, completely the performance of a public servant. "Very good. After this Brussels meeting, you will deal with the work of the Trade Commission and wait for notification." Edward Bridges' face was straight, and he said in a business-like tone, "I remember you haven't graduated yet, so complete the graduation procedures during this time, put down all your worries, and then set off for the dreamland. Once London reaches a consensus on the fate of British India, you will devote all your energy to work. I believe that Indians have been waiting for this day for a long time." Alan Wilson suppressed his vigorous heartbeat. He finally got a reward after working hard, and he could return to the place he longed for as an old friend of the Indian people. In an instant, Alan Wilson's fatigue was swept away. Of course, the little civil servant did not get carried away, but said that even working in British India, he still needed the constant teaching and criticism of the cabinet secretary. This Brussels conference was a great success. It was a historic breakthrough in European economic cooperation. post-war reconstruction, safeguarding the interests of various countries, and restoring economic prosperity as soon as possible are the main contents of this Brussels conference. Britain and France need to properly handle the differences within Europe, strengthen relations with countries outside Europe, and contain wars, promote reconciliation, and build a peaceful and prosperous world. This Brussels conference aims to achieve win-win results and long-term benefits. The ultimate goal is to achieve common prosperity for the whole world. The heads of state and foreign ministers of various countries participating in the conference all said that Europe will have a better tomorrow. In terms of containing wars and protecting common interests, Britain and France stated that they would look to the future, promote regional cooperation and common defense obligations, and promote defense agreements that are beneficial to European peace. On the basis of common interests, a defense force consisting of Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands and Belgium will be established, and the number of this military force will not exceed 100,000. Almost at the same time as the Brussels conference, Stalin held an important meeting on post-war reconstruction in Moscow. The Soviet foreign minister then publicly announced that the post-war reconstruction issue would be emphasized. The rehabilitation of a huge number of soldiers who participated in the war was already underway, and the Soviet Union would focus on economic construction for some time to come. The two pieces of news were published within a few days, and the war cloud that had shrouded Europe had dissipated. Newspapers in various countries were full of praise for the advent of peace. Who would have maintained an army of tens of millions? It's just that at this time, it's showing goodwill to the British Empire. The only thing the Soviet Union can show is the army, but this is the last trump card. I don't believe that the Soviet Union dares to perish with us, Alan Wilson said arrogantly at the subsequent cocktail party. What is the Soviet Union? If the Americans hadn't been playing the game, the British Empire would definitely teach the Soviet Union a lesson. Alan, you have always believed in the weakness of the Soviet Union. Do you have any accurate information? Nino Bertrand asked to test whether Britain had its own people in the Soviet Union. Well, there is no specific intelligence. It is calculated based on the losses of France in the First World War. Alan Wilson inadvertently began to insult France today. Nino Bertrand looked embarrassed and glanced at the diplomats around him. So friendship will disappear, right? Chapter 158 Confidentiality. Britain has always sincerely admired the spirit of sacrifice shown by France during World War I. Perhaps knowing that he had made some mistakes, Alan Wilson immediately took a remedial attitude, praising the sacrifices made by France during World War I, and also remembering the comradeship in the trenches. France still needs to be won over. With Britain's own strength, it will soon be crushed to pieces between the United States and the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson is really a European faction, hoping that the British Empire will avoid the fate of becoming a follower. Nino Bertrand's words made him burst into tears, and the diplomats around him applauded and toasted to the comradeship of Britain and France fighting side by side during World War I. On the last night in Brussels, the cocktail party was filled with an atmosphere of unity and deep hope for a better tomorrow. Cabinet Secretary Edward Bridges still sat on the side and watched the lively cocktail party as a bystander. At his age, he should stay away from such occasions and taste whiskey when there were few people. After the cocktail party, Edward Bridges had Alan Wilson called to his room. There was no special reason, but he was going back to London tomorrow and wanted to talk to someone tonight. There were only a few people to talk to, and most of the topics were about business, from colonies to reconstruction, and time passed by little. But then again, there is one thing that our Prime Minister agrees with Mr. Churchill on, and that is their evaluation of General de Gaulle. It's surprisingly consistent. What a nuisance. Alexander Cadogan shrugged and said, why does this general have so many problems and always embarrass us? His stubbornness is more noticeable than his height. Edward Bridges said calmly, if it were a leader of a country, even if he had some doubts in his heart, he would certainly not publicize it. But de Gaulle always expressed doubts about London's intentions, which is a little incomprehensible. There is no doubt that from our point of view, this Brigadier General is a nuisance. Dear Sir Edward, Sir Alexander, General de Gaulle is indeed a difficult character to deal with, but we don't have to be too anxious. The Fourth Republic is also a parliamentary country. Perhaps there are countless people in France who are willing to divert the attention of this French hero. Alan Wilson expressed his opinion only after his two superiors had expressed their opinions. The fortress is always breached from the inside. The current French political system is the parliamentary system of the Fourth French Republic. The political instability in France is not a thing of the 20th century, but can be traced back a century. Paris is known as the old revolutionary base, and Paris itself is absolutely the only one in France. Since modern times, Paris has been the unique economic, political, cultural and artistic center of France. The second largest city, Lyon, cannot even compare to it. In this case, Parisians will naturally have a certain arrogance. Almost since the end of the Bourbon dynasty, the provincials have become their slightly mocking name for all French people outside Paris, thinking that they are rustic. This arrogance of Parisians makes them very dissatisfied with almost all governments, and at certain moments, these dissatisfactions will turn into anarchist riots, and even revolutions, overthrowing a dynasty. This is not the first time in French history. The newly established Fourth French Republic seems to have had 22 governments in 12 years. In Alan Wilson's impression, this is faster than the Japanese changing their prime ministers. If French politics had not been in an unstable state for 200 years, with either revolution or restoration, and repeated internal struggles, it would not have been so easy for Britain to suppress France. I hope that the mature politicians in France can let Charles de Gaulle return to a leisurely life as soon as possible, just like our British politicians. Edward Bridges said helplessly, holding a wine glass, "Mr. Churchill is much more lively now. After becoming a backbencher again, he has almost lost 10 years. His vigorous shouts can always be heard in Parliament." That's right. I heard from the Foreign Secretary that the diplomatic field is what Mr. Churchill is most dissatisfied with at present. Alexander Cadogan agreed with a smile. He accused the Labour government of being an agent of the Soviet Union. Oh, what do the voters think? Edward Bridges became interested and asked with expectation. This situation is more complicated. The conservative newspapers say that the Prime Minister serves the Soviet Union, and the newspapers supporting the Labour Party say that the former Prime Minister serves the United States. Alexander Cadogan said, holding back his laughter. In fact, there are not so many problems. If the Soviet Union wants to get news from London, it can just find two backbenchers of the Communist Party of Britain. Pollitt will tell Stalin everything he knows. Edward Bridges said this, and then changed the subject. Of course, we should not get involved in the party. Let these MPs with different opinions solve the problem themselves. At present, the Communist Party of Britain has more than 50,000 members. In the election of 1945, 2 members entered the parliament and became backbenchers. Just like Churchill's role now, it is the greatest pleasure for backbenchers to make trouble for the ruling party. However, the relationship between the Communist Party of Britain and the Labour Party is still good. Prime Minister Attlee also calls himself a socialist. At present, the voices of the Conservative Party advocating a tough stance against the Soviet Union and the UK are still within the controllable range. If we don't consider the discord between the top 2 figures of the Labour Party, Edward Bridges feels that the Labour Party should not encounter any difficulties in the short term. Of course, this also depends on whether the international environment is favourable for the Labour Party to govern. On September 23rd, the Brussels conference aimed at maintaining European unity officially closed. In addition to a joint declaration of the 6 countries that no one could find fault with, the rest were appeals. However, in terms of defending Europe, the small step of the Brussels conference is a big step for the European people. Britain's plan to pull France out of joining the European Foreign Legion is also to see how the United States and the Soviet Union will react. The Soviet Union's reaction was flat, and the United States' reaction was not worth studying. However, the current attitudes of the United States and the Soviet Union can only be said to be superficial phenomena. The United States, which has suddenly ascended to the top of the world, faces a lot of things. It takes time to build any power, not to mention that the United States has not yet reached a consensus on the world leadership under the new situation. This does not take into account the role of bureaucrats who often take several months to come up with mature plans. The road to America's human beacon has just begun. Compared with Britain and France, which still retain a certain strength, the situation in Europe seems to be relatively stable, but the world's largest civil war involving the largest number of people is already brewing, and the Americans are showing their skills in the Far East for the first time, to demonstrate their leadership as a world hegemon. The Far East does involve a lot of energy from the United States now. The Soviet Union and the United States are constantly arguing over the Korean Peninsula and Hokkaido issues. These are things that cannot be solved in a short period of time. Although the World War was over, the schedules of various governments in 1945 were still full. Take the recent events, for example. Britain, which had just finished the Brussels conference, had to witness the establishment of the United Nations and rushed to San Francisco to formally sign the United Nations Charter. As early as the previous meeting, the United States and the Soviet Union had already started a confrontation over the operation mechanism of the United Nations. As we all know, the veto is a cornerstone of the United Nations. It is precisely because of the veto that the 5 permanent members of the Security Council can comply with the principle of great power consensus when it comes to substantive resolutions of the Security Council other than procedural ones, thereby maintaining the stability of the international situation. However, because the veto is too important, some powerful countries are eager to become permanent members, while other countries that lack strength simply suggest abolishing the veto. The veto was something the Soviet Union insisted on establishing, because other countries can be regarded as allies of the United States. The Soviet Union felt that it was alone in the United Nations, and must strive for the veto. At the Yalta Conference, both Britain and the United States agreed to the veto. After the Brussels conference, all participating countries, except Spain, were preparing to go to San Francisco. Alan Wilson returned to the British-occupied zone and began to prepare for the handover. At the same time, he cleaned up his ass during this period. He prevented the later ones from being idle and exposing the fact that he had plundered in the occupied zone. I heard that the Soviet Union sent a singing group to visit Paris. I wonder what the French and the Soviets are doing. Being in the British-occupied zone, the Deputy Secretaries General of the 2 trade committees still had the leisure to care about the affairs of another country. Alan Wilson, who had just returned to Bonn, was busy destroying criminal records these days. How could he have time to care about such trivial matters? For example, he was doing business now because the first month's profit of the Hellman tobacco factory had come out, and he was looking at his colleagues in the trade committee to see if they were clean and didn't swallow up the share of British India. Alan, was there a resolution on the British occupied zone at the Brussels conference? Timbrand saw that Alan Wilson did not respond and asked another question. Out of principle, I have nothing to say. Alan Wilson flipped through the accounts and answered without thinking. As for the status and management of the British occupied areas, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary mean that they should be directly managed by the Trade Board and cooperate with the allocation agencies in London to enhance the complementarity between British India and the British occupied areas and to drive local employment on both wings. As a person with a sense of confidentiality, I have nothing to say. Very confidential. Harold slapped his thigh and gave praise without hesitation. Chapter 159, not taught in school. The Prime Minister and Sir Edward are very concerned about this plan of 2 wings flying together. It can be seen that, if this is done well, it will definitely be valued by London. Alan Wilson finally finished reading the accounts. Of course, he will get another one from the Dragoon after returning, and he can only confirm it by comparing the 2. You can't blame Alan Wilson for being careful. After all, the profit of tobacco is too lucrative, and there are too many people involved. There is no room for any mistakes. It is actually very difficult to devote oneself to the empire and take into account personal pursuits at the same time. In his heart, Alan Wilson never expected that the current British Empire could return to its peak and teach the United States and the Soviet Union a lesson. He just hoped that Britain could still maintain its autonomy. It is impossible to suppress the United States and the Soviet Union after World War II. The United States' national strength has surpassed the sum of the British Empire. In the early 20th century, the United States in the Edwardian era had an industrial output value that exceeded the sum of all countries in the entire British Empire. This time point was far earlier than before World War I. Before World War I, the national strength of the British Empire had passed its peak. Because if we consider the first French ironclad crisis, the strength of the Royal Navy far exceeded the sum of the two powers that followed. The Royal Navy of that era was not a two-power standard at all. It was completely the US Navy in the 21st century. The Navy of one country could challenge all countries alone, and there was no need for standards at all. The two-power standard itself was the product of the British Empire, which had to suppress its opponents by formulating naval plans. But the Navy has its own characteristics. The construction cycle is too long and requires huge investment. Even if the latecomer is catching up, the existing fleet of the leader is very scary. The United States experienced the hardship of catching up when it was catching up with the British Royal Navy. The Soviet Red Navy will also experience it 20 years later, and China in the 21st century will also experience it. It can be caught up, but compared with the current national strength of Britain and the United States, it is undoubtedly a daydream for Britain to overtake. The British Empire before the World War was not in its heyday. The significance of the World War itself to Britain was a desperate struggle to kill competitors, but the Germans took the responsibility twice. Now the Royal Navy urgently needs to update its warships. During the war, it has been shown that aircraft carriers are the future development trend, not battleships. The battleships of the Royal Navy need to be retired, and new battleships need to be built, but the current British Empire has no money at all. This is not a problem between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. If the Conservative Party is in power, it can only keep the old battleships in service for a few more years as much as possible, and new battleships still cannot be built. The Royal Navy still cannot keep up in the next round of innovation. The most tragic thing is that Britain can't even find the means of counterattack in a short period of time. In the long run, the United States may only slide due to racial issues, but it is only 1945 now. Britain can't seize this opportunity at all. In a short period of time, Alan Wilson can only think about how to keep his autonomy, and the key is still the problem of money. That's why he urgently needs to return to British India. After all, it is a colony of 4 million square kilometers and 400 million people. There must be potential to be tapped. If he can choose, Alan Wilson hopes that the front line of the US-Soviet confrontation is in Asia, so that Europe can get a chance to breathe, and it seems that the place where the war broke out is indeed in Asia. At least the current situation has definitely surpassed the same period in history. Take the European community for example. After the Suez Canal War, France was greatly disappointed with Britain and turned around to promote reconciliation with Germany, which led to the establishment of the European Economic Community. After the Suez Canal War, Charles de Gaulle came back to power and began to be independent and substantive of the European community. The British were urged by the Americans to join the European community. To apply for joining the European community, they needed the approval of the French. At that time, the French president was Charles de Gaulle, so the British had to ask the French. Moreover, Charles de Gaulle was a typical nationalist and was completely unfriendly to the British. The negotiation process was almost humiliating, and he vetoed it twice. The British had to pay countless smiles and had to wait until Charles de Gaulle stepped down before joining. At least now Britain has definitely avoided the moment when the United States and France find opportunities to humiliate it at the same time. The European community has been established. Although it is a union of colonial countries, to be honest, it is definitely more useful than a simple economic community. This is a good start. Although Alan Wilson did not intend to come to Europe, he made a small effort for the dignity of the British Empire. Now he is waiting for the transfer order to arrive and return to British India. I may get a promotion this time. In the Herman family's house, Alan Wilson was in high spirits, walked out of the thinking of the imperial servant, and found the state of being a superior person again, just as a warm-up for returning to British India. "Are you leaving Germany?" Anna said faintly, after listening to Alan Wilson's nonsense. "Maybe we don't know when we will meet again." Telegram contact: "I believe our fate is far from over." Alan Wilson also expressed his reluctance to the Dragoon sisters. In the process of getting along with the Dragoons, he fully realized what it meant to say one thing and do another, and satisfied the despicable desire of male chauvinism. Thinking of Pamela Mountbatten in New Delhi. First of all, her father is the #1 figure in British India. In terms of rank, she is much higher than Alan Wilson. Women from such a family will definitely not be as obedient as the Dragoon sisters. That night, Isabella Bokina and Anna proved Alan Wilson's judgment with practical actions. If it weren't for the fact that British India had a wider space to display his talents than the British occupied areas, he would never go back. But a man should focus on his career after all, so he can only temporarily abandon the shackles of the gentle countryside and enter a wider world. I will return to London to report on my work in a few days. Touching Isabella Bokina's smooth skin, Alan Wilson's tone was full of reluctance. What I'm most worried about is you sisters. Are you worried about these two bodies? Although thinking so, Isabella Bokina whispered with nostalgia, if you leave, Anna and I will have no one to rely on. What if someone misses us? This made Alan Wilson swell up. Who let the two sisters love him so much? He must be loved by others before he can leave with peace of mind. In fact, in addition to buying these famous companies in your country at the bottom, if you still have idle funds, you can invest them in the US stock market. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, in recent years, the economic strength of the United States will surely expand further, and the US stock market will surely reflect this. The US's industrial output value accounts for 40% of the world's total. Whether it is population, national income, coal production, power generation, steel production and other indicators, they are far more than the sum of other allied countries. In the post-war years, the US economy will enter an unprecedented state of prosperity. The main participating countries are already in ruins. No country can resist the import of American industrial products, and they also owe the United States a huge debt. Under such circumstances, the focus of US economic development gradually shifted to the West and South. The traditional industrial areas of the United States are in the Northeast. With the rapid development of emerging industries after the war, the United States is not burdened by traditional industries, and oil is particularly suitable for the development of emerging industries such as aircraft manufacturing, oil industry and petrochemicals. Alan Wilson remembered that it seemed that the artillery party reinvested US aid into the US stock market, resolutely implemented the foresight of making is not as good as buying, and unexpectedly annihilated 100 million enemies, and won the victory. Isabella and her sister can do the same. Since the Song family did it, why can't the Hellman family do it? Tobacco has such a huge profit, what's wrong with investing a little money to earn interest? However, Alan Wilson dare not let civil servants involved in tobacco profits do this. The stock market is risky. What if this black money belonging to British civil servants is targeted when it enters the US stock market and is eventually cut off? Alan Wilson should not mix in the civil service system in the future. He can't afford so many invisible enemies. Are you sure? If it comes to other knowledge, Isabella Bokina can say a few words, but this stock market, the Soviet Union does not have this thing at all, and it was not learned in school. It is really in the dark. When it comes to knowledge that is not related to her major, Isabella Bokina dare not speak out, and can only listen to Alan Wilson. Of course, the stock market is risky. There are both short-term and long-term fluctuations. However, given the current economic situation in the United States, the stock market will definitely be bullish in the next 3 to 5 years. Alan Wilson thought and said, so, before I leave, I'll leave you a list of some companies, and you can buy stocks according to the list. In fact, even if he arrives in India, Alan Wilson will invest his recent gains in the US stock market. If it is not enough, he is also going to find Ali Khan to solve the problem. At most, it will be a fair and just 50-50 split. As an imperial civil servant, Alan Wilson has always insisted on integrity in his heart and will never be tempted by Ali Khan's wealth. But if Ali Khan's money is used to do Ali Khan's business, that is another problem. Coca-Cola, DuPont, can all be held for a long time to supplement Alan Wilson's outstanding contribution to world development. When you make money, donate some to improve the environment in Germany. After making a list of companies, Alan Wilson said earnestly, charity is not a useless effort. How can it be wrong to spend money to buy fame? The more of this intangible fame you have, the smoother things will go. Anna and I will listen to you. Isabella Bokina put away the list of companies and answered like an obedient wife, giving people great spiritual satisfaction. Chapter 160, London, the foggy city. Actually, I'm not completely assured of your life in Bonn. Alan Wilson's mood was written on his face, and he said in a roundabout way, there is a saying that goes, if you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. It fully explains my current mood. Isabella Bokina was stunned, and it took her a few seconds to react. Afraid that her sisters would be taken away by other men. It seems that only husbands have such concerns about their wives. No. Isabella Bokina gently comforted her. If any man could take away 2 top students, it would be too underestimated. The results of years of training. There is another factor that Isabella Bokina didn't realize in her heart. That is, Alan Wilson's offer was too high. It was so high that no one else would be stupid enough to give such treatment. Isabella Bokina's bottom line was repeatedly broken, which had a lot to do with the repeated increase in the imperial civil servants. If it was peacetime, this would be fine, but at this time, Germany was full of people who had nothing to do and needed heavy labor to have a meal. This contrast was very strong. She was able to become the head of the Bonn Women's Labor Bureau and run the most profitable Hellman tobacco factory in Europe, thanks to the imperialist termites in front of her. This is an objective fact. The current US stock market is actually recovering. After all, the memory of the Great Depression is too tragic for Americans. During the Great Depression, the liquidation value of many stocks was much higher than the stock price. The stock market has just begun to slowly recover from the painful memory. Alan Wilson remembered that the recovery of the US stock market had a certain delay. During World War II, it was the industry that completely supported the prosperity of the United States. It does not mean that ordinary Americans have forgotten the stock market crash during the Great Depression. There are still doubts about the stock market. After the end of World War II, it was not until 1954 that the US stock market reached the high point before the Great Depression. During World War II, the United States intervened in the stock market mainly with pension funds and mutual funds. During this period, modern institutional investors began to develop. In 1950, the number of mutual funds reached 98, with total assets of $2.5 billion US. At the end of World War II, 4 million employees, accounting for 15% of the private sector workforce, were covered by pension plans. In 1950, 9.8 million employees, accounting for 25% of the total workforce, were covered by pension plans, and pension funds gradually became the main institutional investors in the stock market. In fact, until the Vietnam War, the US stock market could be said to be a good place to make money. However, Alan Wilson was not prepared to compete with Buffett for his job. He just needed to hold shares in some leading companies. Anyway, Britain and the United States are one family. Alan Wilson borrowed the US stock market and made some investment businesses reasonably and legally. I believe no one can say anything. Pamela Mountbatten's mother seems to be very rich. Alan Wilson touched his chin. As a public servant, he could not have too obvious a connection with money, but Pamela Mountbatten could. The most important preparation for returning to British India this time was to take back the profits of the Hellman tobacco factory. Judging from Alan Wilson's life experience in British India, British Indian civil servants were generally more greedy than local civil servants, otherwise they would not generally oppose the voice of British Indian independence. If British India becomes independent, how can there be such a big plate for them to open their mouths to eat? For now, the important task of Alan Wilson returning to British India is to clearly tell his colleagues in British India that time is running out, and they should hurry to the Last Supper. If they miss this village, they will miss this shop. Only by bringing back an appropriate portion of the profits of the Hellman tobacco factory can the fighting spirit of British Indian civil servants be stimulated in the shortest time, so that there will be no problems with work efficiency. At this point, Alan Wilson has no selfishness, only infinite loyalty to the British Empire. Isabella Bokina came forward and found many owners of German companies to hold a farewell ceremony for Alan Wilson, who is about to be promoted. Mr. Allen, in your work in the British occupied area, you have contributed to the restoration of order in the British occupied area with unlimited energy. This will be thanked by all Germans. Let us wish that the friendship between Britain and Germany will never fade. Why do you feel a bit like Ursula von der Leyen? Although Alan Wilson is the protagonist, he did not stand out on this occasion. He is not a politician and does not need to perform for votes. Seeing Isabella Bokina, who was at ease in front of many German business representatives, he couldn't help but think of another German female politician, Ursula von der Leyen, who later became the president of the European Commission. It's not that I have any prejudice against Merkel, but mainly because I can't face her in terms of personal image. German dragoons also have to be divided into different categories. After saying a few Crown articles, with an expression of inviting my lover, Isabella Bokina asked Alan Wilson to speak. The meaning was both explicit and implicit. Don't think that you can ignore me, just because my man is gone. This time I came to Germany and learned a lot. I was deeply impressed by the diligence of the German people, especially the tenacity shown by women in the reconstruction project. Alan Wilson said a few politically correct words dryly. I believe that within 3 to 5 years, Germany will restore its former prosperity. I hope that we will never have a war again. We are all Europeans and should unite in this difficult time. I hope Europe will restore its prosperity soon. Alan Wilson glanced at Isabella Bokina. He was about to leave, but he was pulled out to stand up. Didn't he consider the face of the imperial civil servants? If we don't kill 2 birds with 1 stone tonight, it will not be enough to make up for Alan Wilson's damaged reputation. The fallen Western civilization. Alan Wilson pushed his little brother, who had bowed his head, stood up in the embrace of 2 dragoons, and welcomed a new day. The day of departure was getting closer and closer, and Alan Wilson was a little reluctant, but for the sake of his dream, he still had to start again with full enthusiasm. If Alan had not been born, India would have been like a long night. Let us take you there? Isabella Bokina stood up casually, wearing a men's shirt, without buttoning it, and a pair of full breasts were not covered at all, just exposed to the air. Anna covered it with a quilt, and her big eyes looked at Alan Wilson without saying a word. Swallowing hard, Alan Wilson firmly turned his eyes away and said, "No, your good life is my greatest comfort. My sister and I will take you to Hanover. People in your country don't know." Anna, who has always been uncooperative, took the initiative to propose, "I won't follow you back to London." Alan Wilson was surprised, but immediately swelled up. It seems that Anna has grown in love with him. In the end, Alan Wilson decided to take a boat back to his country so as not to add burden to the busy aviation industry and maintain the tradition of thrift. After all, the box containing gold is not easy to carry, so it is more convenient to take a boat. This is the hard-earned money of the Yugoslav people. They even want to break off their gold teeth and give them to Alan Wilson for safekeeping. If they lose it, he can't afford the responsibility. The air in London is still worse than that in Europe. Arriving in London, Alan Wilson looked up at the dim sky and missed the birdsong and flowers in the British occupied areas. Germany's industry had been destroyed, and there was absolutely no need to worry about any environmental problems at present. It was absolutely pristine, not much worse than Africa. Looking at London again, the sky could not even see its original color. It was completely like a backward country and should be condemned. Alan Wilson seemed to remember that there was a pollution incident in London that caused a large number of casualties, and then the industrial pollution was cleaned up. The incident happened in 1952. The sky over London was affected by an anticyclone, and the exhaust gas discharged by a large number of factories and residents burning coal for heating was difficult to spread and accumulated over the city. London was shrouded in thick smog, traffic was paralyzed, and pedestrians groped forward cautiously. Not only were the lives of citizens disrupted, but their health was also seriously damaged. Many citizens experienced discomfort such as chest tightness and suffocation, and the incidence and mortality rates increased sharply. It was not until a strong and cold westerly wind blew away the smog that enveloped London that the life of London was over. More than 4,000 people died in the foggy city that month. In fact, London is always like this. It's just that the death toll in 1952 was too high, which does not mean that the air quality in London is usually good. Take now for example, the weather has turned cold, and the use of coal in London has increased greatly. In the eyes of Alan Wilson, who just returned from Europe, this contrast is very obvious. After collecting the hard-earned money of the Yugoslav people, Alan Wilson went to Mountbatten's house without any hesitation. Going to Whitehall was ranked second. There is news from Whitehall that Louis is going back to Europe. Edwina Ashley mentioned her husband, and she obviously missed her husband in the Far East very much. It's not that he didn't go to British India during the war, but because he also had responsibilities, he didn't stay in New Delhi for too long and returned to London. Was it so easy to go to British India during the World War? Old Versailles. Alan Wilson replied politely, "That's really good news. Madam can reunite with her husband. Not to mention that General Mountbatten's order to return to Europe was just a rumor. Even if it was true, he would have to go back soon. I haven't seen him for almost a year. The war is finally over." Edwina Ashley smiled gently and then asked Alan Wilson, "Alan, you are also returning to the country to report on your work, right?" "Yes, ma'am." Alan Wilson thought to himself that it was a coincidence. The place he was going to was British India. After chatting about family matters for a while, Alan Wilson said goodbye and prepared to go to Whitehall to inquire about the news. Chapter 161 Turing. Come here often, when you have time, and treat this place as your own home. Oh, Alan, don't always express your so-called kindness. Edwina Ashley sent Alan Wilson to the door and whispered softly, but in the end she said something incoherent. Alan Wilson frowned, savoring Edwina Ashley's words carefully, as if there was something wrong, but also nothing. This guy. Edwina Ashley pursed her lips and shook her head, thinking with pity in her eyes, maybe he is still in the dark and doesn't know how deeply his image in Paris is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Because the Labour Party came to power, the current Secretary of State for India has of course changed. The current Secretary of State for India is Lord Pethick Lawrence, but Pethick Lawrence did not become the Secretary of State for India because of his understanding of British India. On the contrary, Pethick Lawrence is a famous women's movement activist who is inspired by the women's liberation movement. Such a politically correct background, in Alan Wilson's view, has nothing to do with colonial affairs. But this is democracy. A person who is enthusiastic about supporting women's liberation can also become the Minister of India. After leaving the Indian Affairs Department, Alan Wilson went to the Foreign Office building again. Alexander Cadogan, the permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office, was not shy at all, with an expression that said, "Alan, you are back to graduate. I think I may also receive a medal, and then prepare to leave for New Delhi, right?" Can I say that? Alan Wilson's face was uncertain, not knowing what the other party was up to. "It's like this. I'm about to leave for San Francisco, leading the professional civil servants of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and leave a strong and colorful mark when the United Nations officially signs." Alexander Cadogan first expressed his longing for the San Francisco conference, and then changed the subject. "I have to say that during the period after the war, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was even busier than during the war. During the war, I didn't feel that the establishment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would be expanded, but now I have this idea. Is this to expand the scope of recruitment?" Alan Wilson asked himself. Even if he had such an idea, it was very normal. Politicians often make beautiful promises during elections, such as streamlining the size of departments. But the head of the civil service always wants his department to be as big as possible. As the head of the civil service of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it is normal for Alexander Cadogan to have such an idea. However, Alan Wilson guessed wrong. Alexander Cadogan just expressed the hope that Alan Wilson could help him to take care of the personal matters of graduation and the official business of receiving foreign guests, because he had done similar work before. "Receiving foreign guests?" Alan Wilson asked suspiciously. "Sir Alexander, I'm going back to New Delhi. And when have I ever done similar work?" "Oh, Alan. You have to receive medals and do graduation thesis. It's no big deal to receive foreign guests. This also shows that the empire values you. You know, the busier the civil servants are, the higher their status is." Alexander Cadogan encouraged. "For example, I'm busy with the United Nations now. This is something you can't understand. Maybe I really can't understand the hard work of you spending a month preparing the speech for the United Nations." The door of the office was pushed open, and a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle walked in. He was very surprised to see Alan Wilson here. He took a deep look and then, as if remembering something, took the initiative to greet him. Alan? This time when Alan Wilson returned to London, he had an illusion that his fame had greatly increased. He hesitated and said, "Dear sir, may I ask who you are?" Alexander's colleague, George Middleton, the director of the personnel department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, laughed. He learned the whole story from Alexander Cadogan, nodded and asked Alan Wilson to sit down, and said with a gentle expression, "Alan, in fact, given the current situation, we can say that it is still unknown whether the Indian Affairs Department exists. I think you are a smart person. In order to better serve the British Empire in the future, you should be brave enough to take responsibility at any time and train yourself to become a sophisticated diplomat. Once the Indian Affairs Department is abolished, you with a brilliant resume can enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as you wish, right? Is this a threat?" Alan Wilson asked himself. It seemed that the director of the personnel department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did have such a meaning. "I have always been passionate about work. As long as the Empire needs me, I will do anything." Alan Wilson's face was full of sincere smiles, indicating that he was willing to take responsibility and was brave enough to take responsibility. "Will it be forced?" George Middleton asked knowingly. "Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has always been very democratic. Absolutely not forced." Alan Wilson's answer was firm and decisive, fully demonstrating the professionalism of the imperial civil servants. George Middleton nodded in approval. Let Alexander Cadogan leave his office with a stack of documents. Who lets him manage personnel? People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Alan Wilson understands this truth. The director of the personnel department, first of all, has two rights that make people smile. They implement the imperial civil service system and are responsible for the classification of positions, examinations, and recruitment, assessments, promotions and demotions, rewards and punishments, wages and benefits, retirement and power protection of the imperial civil servants. The second is to carry out a certain level of civil servant management and appointment and removal, macro-management of administrative personnel and professional and technical personnel of public institutions, and be responsible for the evaluation of professional and technical positions of enterprises and institutions. George, I was joking with you. Alexander Cadogan showed his broad mind at the right time. After someone slapped him, he could give a sweet date. Whether the Indian Affairs Department exists or not, and no matter how long it exists, there will definitely be many colleagues from the Indian Affairs Department working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the future. Alan can rest assured about this. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs talents like you. It's like this. I will go to San Francisco to sign the United Nations documents in the middle of this month. Needless to say, Alan, you also understand how important this stage is. Nothing can distract me at this time. Alexander Cadogan talked about his own schedule, indicating that this matter is of great significance. Alan Wilson nodded. He remembered that Alexander Cadogan seemed to be the British ambassador to the United Nations later. But at this time, the Alexander Red Banner Song and Dance Troupe, which is visiting Paris, will arrive in London in the middle of the month. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary attach great importance to this. But the United Nations affairs cannot be delayed. I need a diplomat who has dealt with the Soviets to be responsible for the reception work. Alexander Cadogan hinted. He must have extraordinary energy, quick thinking, and most importantly, reliability. Alan Wilson listened and carefully recalled his work in recent months. It seems that he has heard the evaluation of reliability more than once. It seems that in the civil service system, the top evaluation is not professionalism and style, but reliability. I will definitely complete the reception work very reliably. Alan Wilson also gave a reliable answer. Very good. By the way, go to Me6 to receive the medal. I will arrange your graduation. Alexander Cadogan said with a look of satisfaction, with an expression that I'm very optimistic about you. With the end of the war, the medal awarding ceremony for awarding wartime meritorious personnel was also put on the agenda. The medal awarding thing has nothing to do with Alan Wilson, but because of providing important intelligence on Pearl Harbor, he has a medal to receive. Because it was an outstanding achievement on the secret front. In order to keep his achievements and fame hidden, a certain degree of confidentiality had to be taken into account. Alan Wilson received the medal at Me6. When Alan Wilson arrived at Mi-6, there were also several people waiting there, either chatting or sitting alone in silence. Among them was a man who looked young, sitting quietly in a chair. Seeing that the people in the crowd were in full swing, Alan Wilson might not be able to get a word in, so he sat down next to the man who seemed a little isolated and introduced himself. Alan Wilson, sir, are you here to receive the medal too? Yes, you too? Oh, sorry, my name is Alan Matheson Turing. Turing extended his hand to show his friendliness. I'll call you Wilson. It's a bit strange to call myself by my own name. Turing. When Alan Wilson called Turing's name, his voice trembled a little. This is a famous figure, the father of computers. After the outbreak of World War II, Turing joined the army and began to serve in the intelligence center. His main task was to decipher the German code. The intelligence he deciphered played a key role in important military operations such as the Normandy landing. After Germany's famous cipher system Enigma was put into war, the German submarine forces equipped with Enigma sank more than 1,000 Allied ships in total. Since the German code could not be deciphered in a short period of time, the Allied military supply lines in the North Atlantic were facing a catastrophe. It is a pity that such a genius committed suicide just because of gender issues. Although Alan Wilson knew that the person on the other side was a comrade, he did not show discrimination. There is nothing to be afraid of. Alan Wilson has met two comrades of the Cambridge Five. As long as they don't bother him, there will be no problem. Maybe when a country goes downhill, similar things will happen. A computer genius was forced to commit suicide because of this. Alan Wilson felt sorry for it and chatted with Turing. When Turing talked about cracking Enigma, he seemed to have become another person, and he was completely different from the quiet one just now. Oh, I forgot, Wilson, how did you get the Japanese intelligence? Turing asked with interest. Heaven and man are connected. Alan Wilson wanted to say so, but no one believed him. They just said that it was discovered by chance by intelligence personnel and could not be compared with Turing. Chapter 162 Playboy. In fact, Alan Wilson could be said to have received the medal for the old man, and the credit for Pearl Harbor was not credited to him. This was actually a bit better for the imperial civil servants who were very eager for progress. To be honest, my father's contribution is far less direct than yours. Alan Wilson looked at the father of the computer in front of him and said seriously, I believe that one day, the computing power of machinery will far exceed the limit that humans can reach. It is something that people today dare not even think about. Wilson, I didn't expect you to have such an understanding of this aspect. Turing sighed greatly. Even in his native country, he had very few confidants, but he didn't expect that there would be one among the civil servants. Turing talked about a paper he published, entitled On the Application of Digital Computation in Decision-Making Problems. After the paper was published, it immediately attracted widespread attention. In the appendix of the paper, he described a machine that could assist in mathematical research, which was later called the Turing machine. The most revolutionary aspect of this concept was that it established a connection between the symbolic logic of pure mathematics and the physical world for the first time. This was his first important paper in his life, and also his famous work. Since you have this idea, you should work hard to realize it. Alan Wilson said encouragingly, I believe that the day it comes out, it will be a masterpiece that changes human history. Deep down, Alan Wilson regretted Turing's fate. Von Neumann was later called the father of modern computers. Compared with Turing, the contributions of the two were not in the same dimension. What Turing did was to clearly define computing, define a universal machine, and at the same time, prove the equivalence between computing models and the limits of computing models. What von Neumann did was to effectively implement the definition of computers using physical means. Look at the current computing models are called Turing machines, and von Neumann is just a von Neumann architecture. The von Neumann architecture may change one day due to changes in the underlying physics, but the Turing machine model has basically reached the limit of computable equations. So Turing's contribution is indeed greater than von Neumann's. Alan Wilson even felt that he could leave his own name in the history of computers, such as inventing a mouse, which did not conflict with the profession of an imperial civil servant. It would be great to leave your own name in history. During the chat, The Mi-6 agent inside asked the meritorious people who came to receive the medals today to come in, read out their achievements in the war, took out something like a certificate of honor, and the Order of the British Empire. The Order of the British Empire was established by George V during the First World War, to fill the gaps in the British honours and awards system at that time. First of all, the Order of the Bath is only awarded to senior military officers and civil servants. The Order of St. Michael and St. George is only awarded to diplomats, and the Royal Victoria Order is also only awarded to those who serve the British royal family. As a result, George V hoped to commend some people who participated in the First World War, but did not go to the battlefield. But because there was no suitable medal, this medal was established. After the awarding of the medals, the Mi-6 agent said that, because everyone is a meritorious person working on the secret front, you should understand the difficulties of being awarded a Mi-6. Naturally, the meritorious people said that it was nothing, and working for the empire was the greatest honor in their lives. Alan Wilson looked down on this worthless medal, and this medal ultimately did not save Turing. So the key is to live in the present, treat the medal with a realistic attitude, and not be blinded by the so-called glory of the empire. Turing, what do you think of this medal? After receiving the medal, Alan Wilson asked the father of computer whether he had the mentality of devoting himself to the empire. This is certainly an honor, but I still want to return to Cambridge to do my research well. Turing was not very excited. For him, the world of mathematics is far more attractive than this medal. Cambridge? A trace of disgust flashed across Alan Wilson's face, as if all the rebellious people in the British Empire were in it. Although Turing was not a person like the 5 Cambridge masters, he was also an outlier in this era. Wilson, which school are you from? Turing only remembered at this time that Alan Wilson had not yet revealed his academic qualifications. Oxford University School of Oriental Studies. Alan Wilson felt that there was nothing to hide, and replied, I came back this time to graduate, and then go abroad. Oxford University, the atmosphere there is very conservative. Turing's face flashed with a strange color, and his attitude was not very cold, but he obviously did not think highly of Oxford University. The relationship between Oxford and Cambridge University is more subtle in the UK. Both universities have a history of more than 800 years. The establishment of Cambridge University was caused by a group of teachers leaving Oxford University due to internal strife. In other words, Cambridge itself is the anti-traitor of Oxford University. This group of anti-traitors has become a trend, and the key is that Oxford has not declined. The emperor is still there, and the anti-traitors are also living well, which is quite embarrassing. Conservativeness naturally has its advantages, especially for civil servants. Alan Wilson laughed. Oxford University is the cradle of the British Prime Minister, and has an overwhelming advantage in the civil service system. After the incident of the Cambridge 5, the advantage of Oxford University became more obvious. Turing obviously didn't appreciate Alan Wilson's sophisticated attitude. The most important thing about a university is academic research, not how many politicians it produces. Wilson may not agree with what I say. No, I agree very much. Those who don't study well go to Imperial College. Being in Oxford and Cambridge itself shows that you have a certain level of academic accomplishment. Alan Wilson laughed and shifted the blame without leaving a trace. Turing was no match for Alan Wilson in terms of rhetoric. He nodded seriously and said, indeed, if you don't work hard, you can only go to Imperial College. Alan Wilson and Turing chatted casually. Compared with academics, Alan Wilson was no match for the father of computers. The key is that he had no experience in this area. I don't know much about the concept of computers. I can only change the topic to graduation thesis. Can you invite me to my graduation speech to help me out? Alan Wilson took the initiative to invite him. I'm afraid my speech won't attract many people. It will be embarrassing if few people listen. Turing frowned slightly. He didn't want to go, but Alan Wilson left a good impression on him. He finally nodded and left his contact information. In fact, Alan Wilson didn't mean to invite Turing. He just wanted Turing's contact information. But this requires packaging and concealing the real intention. You can't say, I know you are a comrade, and now I'm ready to save you in the name of the savior, patting the other person on the shoulder and saying, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you can ask me for help, and I will definitely help. The most important thing is that Alan Wilson really needs people to help him out at the graduation speech. From now on, he will invite a group of civil servants to attend his graduation ceremony. In the following days, Alan Wilson launched a sinister corruption plan for the imperial civil servants. The fair and honest Whitehall civil servants, who were wooed by Alan Wilson, who was born in British India, fell into the abyss of sin step by step. If the Soviet Union gives me a ton of gold, I'm no more capable than the Cambridge Five. Alan Wilson, who returned home, stood by the window, holding his waist, and said with a look of pride, the only embarrassing thing was that the reply from the Oriental College was that Alan Wilson's graduation was scheduled for the end of October. This was even later than the time of the United Nations General Assembly. It can be seen that the academic clique is an important factor hindering human progress, and Alan Wilson, who is in urgent need of progress, must be ranked so far back. Alan Wilson, who returned from the British occupation zone, continued his life of debauchery and could only use alcohol to numb his idle soul. Of course, many young talents in Whitehall were also paralyzed. Burgess, do you know Turing? He is also a Cambridge scholar like you. Alan Wilson tried to see if he could get any words from the members of the Cambridge Five. Turing, I know him. Burgess recalled and finally remembered. For a while, I had a good relationship with him, but he is too quiet, and I like to socialize. So it's not good to disturb his research later. Oh. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows, as if Burgess is also a homosexual. Turing's accident happened after the Cambridge Five. Alan Wilson maliciously guessed that he was implicated by the Cambridge Five. This is very possible. Both of them have problems with their sexual orientation. The British Counterintelligence Agency may think that homosexuals are more likely to be bewitched by the Soviet Union. By the way, I will graduate at the end of the month. You know that I have been working in British India for a long time. I don't have many friends in London, so I hope you can be there then. Alan Wilson made an invitation. No friends? Burgess asked with a look of are you kidding me? Friends from the Foreign Office, the Indian Affairs Department, the city government, and Whitehall, about 60 to 70 people. Definitely less than 100. Alan Wilson counted on his fingers and replied, but when I think of the size of Oxford University, I always have no confidence. This is more stressful than when I worked in British India. Is it because you are nervous about not having a stage to perform? Burgess shook his head slightly and agreed. Okay, I will find some friends to go with me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 The Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe Visits. Thank you very much. Alan Wilson touched his glass with Burgess's and smiled. I have always believed that the relationship between Cambridge and Oxford is actually a symbiotic relationship. If the two universities do not regard each other as a benchmark, there will be no common ground, just like the current international situation. This view is very novel. Burgess said meaningfully. He knew that Alan Wilson was referring to the United States and the Soviet Union. Maybe. But I think that the triangle is stable. If we only distinguish between the enemy and our camps, it is likely to be a replay of the two world wars. For this reason, I'm willing to defend the Empire's series of propositions with full enthusiasm. It is actually quite interesting to talk to a spy. Burgess did not know that Alan Wilson knew he was a spy, and he also did not know that the imperialist supporter in front of him was not very fond of the United States. Similarly, Alan Wilson did not know why Burgess served the Soviet Union. His head full of money smell could not understand the existence of idealists. Alan Wilson, who received an important reception task from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, did not completely give up his job. He still maintained close contact with New Delhi. Yesterday he received good news. That is the cession of the Isthmus of Crap. Oh no, the transfer negotiations have already been made. After the Brussels Conference, the 6 countries of the Brussels Conference showed an atmosphere of European unity. Even Belgium, which has nothing to do with it, is willing to join the united action of returning to Asia. Not to mention Spain, which urgently needs to integrate into the international community and change its overall isolation at this time. The positive effect is still very obvious. The sharpening of the European side and the acceptance of surrender by the British troops in various places around Thailand have made Thailand understand that the old imperialism in Europe may not be as strong as before, but it is still so strong in front of Thailand. Even the American embassy in Bangkok can only try to preserve Thailand's main interests from being damaged, and it cannot be expected that the Americans can do more at this time. At present, the United States is suspicious of the Soviet Union because of the Korean Peninsula and Hokkaido. The unity during the World War is gradually fading. The United States still needs the declining aristocrats of Britain and France to provide certain support at this time. What's more, what Britain wants is not the whole of Thailand, but just a piece of isthmus extending from southern Thailand. The Isthmus of Kra is of course valuable, but it depends on how you look at it. The military value of the narrow Kra Isthmus is self-evident, but the Kra Isthmus is actually occupied by 2 places, showing a jagged situation. One side is of course Thailand, and the other side is British Burma. The narrowest part of the Kra Isthmus is 50 kilometers, but the isthmus, where British Burma and Thailand meet, is only 20 kilometers. If troops are sent from British Burma, it is easy to cut off the connection between Thailand and the south. Because of the existence of British Burma, part of the Kra Isthmus itself is in the hands of the British. This makes the military value of the Kra Isthmus discounted. When the Americans considered it, they thought that, even if they tried to keep it, the initiative was in the hands of the British. This made the United States, which is currently in diplomatic friction with the Soviet Union on the Korean Peninsula and Hokkaido, not very concerned. Thailand, which has lost the support of the Americans, has no resistance to Britain and France, and Britain and France have publicly announced that they should consider holding democratic elections in Thailand to discuss whether to retain the Thai royal family and return the country to the hands of the Thai people. This made the Americans very embarrassed. During the period just after the end of World War II, the United States hated democratic elections very much because the whole world was devastated and it was very likely that a pro-Soviet country would be elected. But the United States could not say publicly that it opposed democratic elections in Thailand and could only communicate with the Thai royal family and the military. The transfer of the Isthmus of Kra was to quell Thailand's disrespect for Britain and France during the war. In short, the Isthmus of Kra was in hand. In exchange, Britain and France no longer pursued Thailand's disrespect for the civilized world during the war, and no longer insisted that Thailand was to Japan as Austria was to Germany. The ownership of the Isthmus of Kra was determined, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building was in jubilation. The glorious era was back. My Great Britain is clearly at its peak, and can fight for another 300 years. How can it withdraw from the stage? The border of the British Empire is in the Himalayas. I don't know who said this, which aroused the approval of colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Before Khian Cheng went to San Francisco, the ownership of the Isthmus of Kra was settled, which made Alexander Cadogan more confident. Alan Wilson was not excited. It was just that Thailand was suspected of colluding with Japan during the war, and Britain seized on this issue to make use of it. In the context of the Allies' great victory over the Axis powers, even the Soviet Union could not object to this. After all, Austria and even Finland are now under the influence of the Soviet Union's interests. Once they show double standards on the issue of Thailand, they may be caught by the United States on the issue of Austria and Finland. This is what the Soviet Union is trying its best to avoid. Even the Soviet Union, which has been making trouble, pretended not to see it. It is even more difficult for the United States to tear its face and sing against Britain and France at such a critical moment. The new world hegemon still needs to show the ideal of a dragon slayer for a while. It is not the time for the brave to become a dragon. Therefore, Thailand was sacrificed in this matter. And it is not to annex Thailand, but just to let Thailand hand over the place where peaceful believers live in the south. Maybe it can maintain Thailand's stability and reduce religious conflicts. What's wrong with this? It really meets the definition of a last gasp. When was the British Empire's colonies the most extensive? It was not during the glorious Victorian era, but after the tragic First World War, when Britain and France divided the territories of Germany and the Ottoman Empire, and each reached the largest colony. This time, Britain took advantage of the situation after the war to force Thailand to cede the Isthmus of Kra. Regardless of whether it was a trick or because of the friction between the United States and the Soviet Union in the Far East, it was done anyway. As long as nothing too embarrassing happens next, within 10 years, the British Empire's tiger frame will not fall so quickly in the eyes of many third world countries. Alan Wilson congratulated Alexander Cadogan, who was about to set off. Against the backdrop of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs' great victory, the permanent Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs was very happy and encouraged him. Alan, you must be very happy too. After all, this was achieved with the cooperation of British India. We all serve the Empire. There is no distinction between the Indian Affairs Department and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The work of the two departments is similar. Alan Wilson was humble for a while, then changed the subject and said, Sir Alexander, if the two small countries of Sikkim and Bhutan can be given certain courtesy at the San Francisco conference, I believe the people of South Asia will be happy. The Indian Affairs Department also needs to win over these two small countries. I understand this very well. Alexander Cadogan said with a gentle smile. It's to embarrass the current local Indian elites, right? Sir Alexander, I don't have such an idea. Alan Wilson shook his head to show that he had absolutely no ill will towards the Indians, and with the Indians' thick skin, I doubt whether they have the mentality of being embarrassed. The British Empire in 1945 was still powerful. At this time, placing Bhutan and Sikkim in the position of founding members of the United Nations could be regarded as a kind of protection. It will also facilitate future interference. For the future of India's annexation of Sikkim, it will definitely cause some obstacles. Don't think that the United States has no ideas about India. If India develops smoothly, it will pose a threat to the United States. The United States has long brought out the Sikkim royal family in exile in the United States to cause trouble for India. 2 days later, Alexander Cadogan left London and went to San Francisco to sign on behalf of the United Kingdom. The establishment of the United Nations had already been decided at the San Francisco conference in June. The very respected Sir Alexander's mission to San Francisco this time was limited to signing on behalf of the British government to formally recognize the establishment of the United Nations, and to give a speech and show up on the day of the official establishment of the United Nations. To be honest, this is quite formalistic, but it cannot be omitted. Showing up is also very important, especially for small countries like Sikkim and Bhutan. At least there is a chance for major powers to know themselves. At the same time as Alexander Cadogan left London, the British Foreign Office organised a welcome ceremony at the London airport, waiting for the plane of Alexander's Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe to land. The Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe was established in 1928 and has a history of 17 years. During the previous visit to Paris, the chorus performance of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe was widely welcomed by the citizens of Paris. This was not the first time that the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe went to the old revolutionary district of Paris. It had toured Paris before the war and was also very popular. While achieving great success, it also won the gold medal at the Paris World Expo. When the plane landed, the first person to walk out of the cabin was the head of the Song and Dance Troupe, Alexander Alexandrov, and then the members of the Song and Dance Troupe followed the head of the troupe out of the plane and made their first appearance in the UK. The Soviets all held their heads high. Are they demonstrating to us? The diplomat next to Alan Wilson twitched his mouth, feeling a little unhappy with this kind of military style. Maybe the Soviets are like this. Alan Wilson felt that it should be a very pure emotion. The working people could not bow their heads in front of imperialism, so they behaved more mechanically. The British reception staff immediately stepped forward to shake hands with each one to express their welcome. Alan Wilson thought that he should ask for an autograph or something. After all, the opportunity was rare. Chapter 164. Alan is facing a formidable enemy. This was not an easy task. According to the information from the French embassy, there were a total of 204 men and women in the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe who came to London this time. Alan Wilson's hands were almost sore from clenching. Fortunately, the second half was all female members, so he was able to hold on with difficulty. He could also appreciate the beauty of the female members of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe up close. It cannot be said that each of them was stunning, but each of the female members of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe was tall, with red lips and white teeth, and quite generous. As the saying goes, a tall wife standing in front of the door looks good, even if she doesn't work. Just these walking clothes racks have already made a good impression before the singing started. Touching these soft hands, Alan Wilson stood at attention and couldn't embarrass the British Empire. You? Alan Wilson stretched out his hand with a stiff smile and looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him. Who else could this be but Fertsiva? You again? Fertsiva looked straight at Alan Wilson in front of her and said in a business-like tone, I'm currently working in the Ministry of Culture, and this time I'm accompanying the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe on a visit to London. I'm temporarily working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this time I'm responsible for receiving the visit of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe. Alan Wilson glanced at the long queue passing by. The visit of this huge delegation made London, which was already not wealthy, even worse. Later, I will give you the performance schedule. As for the hotel where we stay, it has been arranged. I wonder when you can give me the program list. Work arrangements have their own procedures. Fertsiva opened her red lips and said with a double meaning, it is handled completely in accordance with the rules in an open and transparent manner. Ha. Alan Wilson left the airport as if he had seen an alien and took a car back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building. In front of George Middleton, the director of the personnel department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he vividly described the scene at the airport. More than 200 people came, which is fine. After all, it is not a big deal in the friendly welcome of the current government. But a Soviet man told me about openness and transparency. Isn't this a bit too much? Openness and transparency are both good words separately, but when they are combined, there is a problem in the word composition. Double affirmation is followed by negation. George Middleton smiled after hearing this. We can be open and transparent, not to mention that we will do so anyway. Alan, you don't have any complaints about this job, do you? Absolutely not. Alan Wilson answered decisively, with an unquestionable tone. I'm a true socialist like the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary. Oh. George Middleton laughed, his eyes full of I believe you. Of course, life is a process of continuous learning. No one can guarantee that the current ideas are correct. In a different environment, there may be different thoughts. Alan Wilson showed a flexible bottom line. I believe that before the next general election, you must be a true socialist. George Middleton gave an affirmative answer. In the final analysis, civil servants have to implement the decisions of politicians. Now that the Labour government has expressed a conciliatory attitude towards the Soviet Union, the diplomats of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are all true socialists. Once the conservatives make a comeback, they can also become true conservatives. Agreeing and opposing, vetoing themselves, is part of their job. Civil servants are not politicians. They don't need to establish a persona. If they don't show up in public, they won't go all the way to the end. We must also be careful to deal with it, and don't let the Soviets get a handle. George Middleton returned to the topic. In terms of security work, we must cooperate with other departments. I'll go to Guy Little to see if there are any arrangements over there. Alan Wilson nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be a big fuss in the newspapers. There is no way. Citizens hope that the country's attitude towards the outside world is as tough as possible. But the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is just the opposite. It is full of compromises. I hope that the news of the Isthmus of Kraken keeps citizens happy for a while. George Middleton said helplessly as he looked at Alan Wilson, who was about to get ready again. Guy Little was the deputy director of MI5, responsible for the security of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe's arrival in London. Because of their different expertise, Alan Wilson still had some questions to ask him. Should we keep a close watch on the Soviets to ensure that they cannot come into contact with ordinary British citizens? Alan Wilson took a notebook and prepared to write down Guy Little's words. Alan, we are a democratic country. Pointing at the place where the notebook should be, Guy Little gestured to stop and said calmly, just take basic security measures. There doesn't seem to be anything worth peeping at in the current British Empire. We are implementing a rationing system like the Soviet Union. Putting away the notes unnoticeably, Alan Wilson said easily, I believe everything is temporary. It's nothing more than a matter of shifting contradictions. It's similar to a surgical operation, which is to turn our problem into the problem of the entire British Empire, and then remove the diseased area. Although there may be some losses, for the sake of the overall situation, someone has to sacrifice. Instead of letting local citizens sacrifice, it is better to sacrifice others. Is this the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Or the Ministry of Indian Affairs? I have no right to interfere. Guy Little crossed his fingers and calculated, it is the theatre, where the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe performs. Just retain some basic strength. No other work is needed. Is it that simple? Alan Wilson's mouth twitched. No wonder Britain has been infiltrated like a sieve. Not to mention the Soviet Union. The United States is probably well aware of what is going on in London. I thought we needed to take some measures, such as monitoring or something. Many newspapers have all kinds of stories to publicize the work of the Fifth Bureau. The usual work is very boring. The so-called legendary stories you mentioned are only seen in newspapers. Guy Little shrugged and said, citizens are attracted by these fictional stories, and I can't do anything about it. I understand. Just like Zeman Chuksu said, can't heroes be bald? Masters don't have to be handsome. This is just the wishful thinking of you ordinary citizens. Fortunately, Alan Wilson still looked like he was facing a great enemy and ran to the Thames building to ask how to deal with it. Our main job is to take precautions in terms of civil exchanges, such as the list of exchanges arranged by the government with the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe. By the way, Alan, take a look. You are the representative of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe this time. If there is anything wrong, you can keep in touch with the Fifth Bureau. Guy Little took out a list of British performing arts who participated in the exchange with the Soviet Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe. Alan Wilson took it and read it down quickly. His eyes paused for a moment on Vivien Leigh's name. Vivien Leigh was already very famous in 1945 and was undoubtedly the representative of British female actors. Vivien's figure was not outstanding. Her height was average. Her head-to-body ratio was even more average, and she had a pair of big hands, all of which made her dissatisfied. There is a saying that she liked to wear gloves just to cover her big hands. But all these shortcomings were worthless in front of her beauty. Churchill said that Vivien Leigh's face was God's masterpiece. Before the war, Vivien Leigh asked her American agent Mir Selznick to recommend her to the producers. Selznick watched Vivien Leigh's performances in The English Storm and Oxford Wind and identified her as one of the important candidates. In the end, Vivien Leigh won the role of Scarlett O'Hara over hundreds of actresses, including heavyweights such as Paulette Goddard, Joan Crawford, Katharine Hepburn and Bette Davis. In the movie Lady Hamilton, Vivien Leigh spread her influence to the United States and the Soviet Union. With this list of exchanges in the entertainment industry, Alan Wilson left the Thames building and agreed with Guy Little to attend the concert of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe together. It's a rare opportunity. I will definitely go and see it. I heard that this song and dance troupe is very popular in Paris. Guy Little nodded and agreed. He was very curious about the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe that came to London from the Soviet Union, a mysterious country. It's not just Guy Little and Alan Wilson who are curious. The aristocrats and celebrities of London's upper class, as well as ordinary citizens, are all looking forward to the performance of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe. In the post-war environment, where thrift was required, scalpers appeared because of the arrival of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe. It can be seen that even in difficult times, difficulties are divided among people. Alan Wilson had seen this in Vienna and Berlin. Most people were hungry and worked hard to get enough food, but there was a group of people whose quality of life remained the same at all times. From a national level, Britain is of course in a very difficult situation now, but it does not mean that Britain lacks rich people. Not only does it not lack them, but there are also many of them. If there was a reasonable boss like Sir Baron in New Delhi at this time, Alan Wilson would have been ready to take action, to join the Soviets, to cut leaks with the boss's tacit consent. What a pity. Alan Wilson expressed his regret to the head of the song and dance troupe, Alexander Alexandrov, and Furtsever. If he returned to New Delhi, he should really consider inviting the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe to visit British India. Of course, this premise must be after London decides to let India become independent, or even after British India falls into chaos. Is Vivian Leigh on the list? When can we meet him? Furtsever looked at the list of entertainment companies used for communication, and rarely showed excitement, full of anticipation for the next trip. Chapter 165 Anglo-Soviet Friendship. According to the schedule, it will be after the third performance, at the Cultural Exchange Symposium between the two countries and the subsequent cocktail party. Alan Wilson looked down at the schedule, and turned to ask the diplomat behind him, is that right? Yes, London attaches great importance to the cultural visit of the Soviet song and dance troupe. It reminds us of the years when we fought side by side. The diplomat named by Alan Wilson spoke eloquently, and his statement was very consistent with the general direction of the current friendship between Britain and the Soviet Union. From the anti-French alliance to the First World War, and this group fight against Germany, Britain, and Russia always stand together on key issues. The two countries are natural allies. Alan Wilson agreed with this conclusion with a stern face. Of course, the Crimean War and the alliances that Britain had made to prevent the Russian Empire from gaining access to the sea were all misunderstandings. Even the best friends will inevitably have a quarrel one day. This is an era of reconciliation. We look to the future, seek common ground while reserving differences, and reach consensus. Discover each other's strengths. Alan Wilson lied sourly. His face was normal, and one had to admire his thick skin that was thicker than a city wall. Alexander Alexandrov was essentially a soldier, and did not understand the art of diplomacy. But he knew not to speak when he should not, even though he had remembered the Crimean War. So on the surface, Alan Wilson's official statement achieved a good effect, at least he thought so. The first performance of the Red Flag song and dance troupe was scheduled at the Royal Opera House in London. The Royal Opera House has a history of hundreds of years. The period before the war was the glory of the Royal Opera House. The theatre's business was flourishing day by day. Artists with international reputations came here to perform, and the theatre also ranked among the world's top opera houses. The great French composer Debussy once praised it for representing the best of the British. Not only was the decoration magnificent, but the sound effects were perfect. Listening to music here was a great enjoyment. According to the plan, the Royal Opera House in London was not to be opened until next year. However, since foreign friends were coming to London to perform, the Opera House, which had not been damaged during the war, was directly opened in advance. The Alexander Red Flag song and dance troupe became the group to perform for the first time. This has fully demonstrated London's courtesy and efforts to improve the relationship between Britain and the Soviet Union. On October 18th, the Royal Opera House in London was already crowded with people outside. The audience lined up to enter the theatre. The Opera House, which can accommodate 2,200 people, was already full. Alan Wilson smiled and greeted Furtsever, who was also present in the box. This made the future Soviet cultural Tsar confused and asked, "What conspiracy do you have? You Soviets, don't be like this. This is London." Alan Wilson frowned and reminded Furtsever where this place is. It is not Potsdam in the Soviet occupation zone. Furtsever had better be respectful when speaking. As for the reason why Alan Wilson was happy, it was nothing more than selling a few scalper tickets. In the difficult task of receiving the Soviets, he made a small profit, and realized the original intention of working without delaying both public and private interests. There couldn't be more, because many people from the upper class also bought tickets. As a sign of their respect for the Soviet visit, British Prime Minister Attlee and Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin, who was described as a pro-Soviet by some conservative newspapers, also attended the Red Flag song and dance troupe's first performance in the UK. On the stage of the London Royal Opera House, the Alexander Red Flag song and dance troupe's first performance in the UK officially began. When the Red Flag song and dance troupe's chorus began, the crowded Royal Opera House in London fell silent. In the box of Prime Minister Attlee and Foreign Secretary Bevin, the performance had nothing to do with the performance at the time. The issues they discussed were still related to the current situation in Europe. Luxembourg is interested in joining the Brussels conference and becoming a member state. While listening to the chorus, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin turned to talk to Prime Minister Attlee about this matter. How should we respond? Is Luxembourg's attitude very enthusiastic? I believe that, if one more country joins, it will not attract the attention of the United States and the Soviet Union. Luxembourg is so small. Attlee retracted his gaze from the stage and replied, then let the foreign ministry have a good talk. If Alan Wilson was in this box at this time, he would find that the corrective nature of history is working. After World War II, the first military alliance in Europe was not the well-known North Atlantic Treaty Organization, but an organization called the Brussels Treaty. It was initiated by the United Kingdom and participated by France, the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg. After the foreign ministers' meeting of the United Kingdom, the United States, the Soviet Union and France failed to reach an agreement on the German issue. The United Kingdom advocated that Western Europe jointly strengthen its defense to deal with the Soviet Union. With the support of the United States, the United Kingdom began to negotiate with France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg and other countries. The foreign ministers of the 5 countries signed the 50-year Brussels Treaty in Brussels. In order to not anger the Soviet Union and cause trouble, Britain and France stated in the preamble of the treaty that the purpose of the alliance was to prevent the revival of Germany's aggressive policy, and stipulated that, if armed attacks were launched in Europe, the contracting parties should provide all military and other assistance. A consultative council of foreign ministers was established. After that, a defense committee was established, a supreme command was established, and Montgomery was appointed as the commander-in-chief. However, with the establishment of NATO, the Brussels Treaty Organization existed in name only, and its military functions were incorporated into NATO. That's why it is not well known, but this organization has always existed. Member countries added Germany, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Greece. In this time and space, because of the clarification of the colonial issue, the Brussels Conference appeared 2 years earlier. However, after the Brussels Conference, Luxembourg immediately expressed its desire to join. What does Paris think? Attlee thought for a moment and asked Ernest Bevin. In fact, if Charles de Gaulle also agrees to this, then there is nothing to say. I'm just afraid that the Soviet Union will have doubts about this. You know, the current member states all have extensive overseas interests, but Luxembourg does not. If Luxembourg joins, will it arouse Moscow's suspicion of Western Europe and think that we are taking a containment attitude towards the Soviet Union? Moscow's attitude is indeed worth considering. Ernest Bevin nodded and replied, but Moscow should not make a fuss about a pocket-sized country like Luxembourg. By the way, from the remarks of some senior officials in Moscow, there seems to be an idea of letting the 4 armed forces withdraw from Germany and turn Germany into a neutral country. What do you think? This is absolutely not allowed. Even if we agree, the French will not agree. Attlee flatly refused. Once the 4 countries withdraw from Germany, the Soviet Union, which has the strongest ground power, will not suffer any losses, but we can only prepare to resist possible invasions in France. The Soviet Union can withdraw its troops from Germany under certain conditions to unify the 4 country occupation zones. The premise is that a unified Germany must be strictly neutral, and another indispensable condition is that the Western camp should pay a huge amount of compensation to the Soviet Union. But in 1945, the condition was that the United States, Britain and France must withdraw their troops at the same time as the Soviet Union withdrew. Just as the two were discussing the situation in Europe, Guy Little, the deputy director of MI5 and the security director of this reception, knocked on the door and came in to report. The visiting members of the Soviet Union want to come in to express their gratitude for the hospitality of London. Let the Soviet comrades in. Attlee put on a gentle smile and said to Guy Little. After Guy Little turned and left, he gestured to Ernest Bevin and said, "We will discuss this issue later. It is not just a matter for Britain, but also for France and the United States. The more countries involved, the more complicated it will be. There will be no consensus if there are too many people talking, and there will be no results if there are too many people talking but doing nothing. We will suffer if we withdraw from Germany completely. There is no return from the British occupation zone now." Ernest Bevin agreed. At least the British mainland must be fully restored to the pre-war situation. If we talk about it at that time, it is just possible to talk, but it does not mean that we must talk about it. On the stage of the Royal Opera House in London, the performance of the Alexander Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe is still going on, and the audience is immersed in the exciting and thunderous singing of the choir. The sounds of balalaika and brass instruments rise and fall one after another. 2,200 British audiences from all walks of life stand breathless, and the loud chorus is heard. Not everyone has been to the battlefield, but all the audience seem to feel that the battlefield is right in front of them. The soul-stirring chorus of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe brings all the audience into it. At the end of the stage, 200 members of the Red Flag Chorus sang God Save the Queen. Countless audiences of the Royal Opera House in London stood up and danced to the music of the Soviet choir, singing God Save the Queen. There is no doubt that the first performance of the Alexander Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe in London had a sensational effect. Thank you gentlemen for your warm reception. Furtsiva came to the Prime Minister's box and raised her glass to Prime Minister Attlee and Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin. I hope that this cultural exchange activity can reduce misunderstandings between the Soviet Union and Britain and enhance understanding between the two countries. There is no hostility between Britain and the Soviet Union. I'm also a socialist. Attlee raised his glass and introduced Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin. When the news of the establishment of the Soviet Union came, Bevin and I were both excited and grateful that the working class had found their homeland. For this reason, we also refused to help the armed forces hostile to the Soviet Union to transport aid materials. But we hope that the Soviet Union can show healthy competition, which will be of great benefit to world peace. Ernest Bevin also raised his glass and drank the wine in the glass. Cheers to Anglo-Soviet friendship. Chapter 166 Colonial Assessment Report. What a memorable scene. After Alan Wilson's personal identification, he believed that the current Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary might be spies of the Soviet Ministry of Internal Affairs. Guy, actually I have a question to ask. After leaving the Prime Minister's room without leaving a trace, Alan Wilson suddenly had an idea and said, if a politician is suspected of treason, do you people in the 5th Department have the right to investigate? How can you think of such a question? Guy Little's mouth twitched. You can tell at once that this is Alan Wilson, implying the great Prime Minister and the outstanding Foreign Secretary. Don't you know that the Prime Minister has immunity? If we take hasty and brainless measures against the Prime Minister, it will set a dangerous precedent. Any Prime Minister makes mistakes, like Churchill and Chamberlain. Alan Wilson nodded solemnly, so we must avoid hasty and brainless decisions. But then again, how many pro-German spies did you capture during the war? Secret front matters are naturally secrets. Guy Little made a tactical leaning back and asked with reserve, can you keep the secret? Of course, I guarantee it as a gentleman. Alan Wilson said impatiently. Guy Little nodded with satisfaction, beckoned Alan Wilson over, lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I can, too. Facts have proved that you should never trust a department with uniforms, no matter which country it belongs to. The performance of the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe became a topic of discussion on the streets of London. The appearance of a choir with a military atmosphere can be said to be a change that the Soviet Union brought to the world, affecting the military construction of many countries. The UK is naturally similar to the United States in terms of entertaining the troops, that is, letting celebrities go on tours on the front lines. It is similar to the situation where Marilyn Monroe appeared in the army to entertain the troops. Not to mention the sensation caused by the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe in London. The more sensational the better. Alan Wilson can use this to sell more tickets. Deep in his heart, he believes that labor is not divided into noble and humble, even if it is a scalper. If someone pays for it, don't insist on the principle of indifference. And he immediately discovered another benefit, that is, after the list of performing arts circles that have cultural exchanges with the Soviet Union was announced, he has been asked by Whitehall civil servants, known or unknown, whether the number of people on the list is enough, and it cannot weaken the name of the British Empire. Even people can be added to the list for favors. Without even looking, you can tell that it must be some unknown actors who have nothing but good looks, who want to use the back door and use national cultural exchange activities to endorse their acting careers and obtain improper benefits. Alan Wilson despised this behavior and replied indifferently. I said, "Can you at least give me a photo or something? Otherwise how can I know if the people put in are reliable?" Although in principle, Alan Wilson should not be lenient, but the people who came to the door were colleagues from various departments in Whitehall. In order to maintain the unity of Whitehall, it is not impossible to discuss. And once they can speak, there must be some unclear relationship, which may be family or private. The more people come to the door, the more they trust Alan Wilson and are willing to share this relationship. If Alan Wilson is not approachable, it will seem too difficult to get along with. Although he will go to New Delhi at the end of the year at the latest, he can't never come back. It is necessary to build some connections in Whitehall. For this reason, Alan Wilson prepared a list of young actors as a record of cultural exchanges between the two countries. Later, he rushed to the hotel where the Soviet Red Banner Song and Dance Troupe was staying, found Furtsever to discuss the matter, and said bluntly, "The most important thing about this matter is that the Red Banner Song and Dance Troupe holds a cultural meeting, and then we will agree to it. It will benefit everyone. I don't see any benefit for the Soviet Union at all." Furtsever sat upright with her legs together, looking very elegant. If she had a cup of black tea at this time, she would have looked a bit like an aristocratic lady. "Miss Ekaterina, even if you don't consider the relationship between our two countries, you should consider our personal relationship. I saved your life in the British occupied zone. Don't underestimate some minor illnesses. If you ignore them, anything can happen. You and even your husband should thank me." Alan Wilson said helplessly, "To put it bluntly, you were able to blend into this group visiting abroad. Isn't it thanks to the Potsdam Conference? People should always have a little nostalgia." "Okay, Mr. Allen, I'm a married woman. You'll be misunderstood by saying this, and you'll also be in trouble." Furtsever ignored the inconspicuous teasing in Alan Wilson's eyes. The two were the same kind of people, both wanting progress in their own country, and she agreed directly. "I'll personally do you a favor and hold a large cultural exchange event before the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe leaves. Are you satisfied with this? Just consider it as a favor for the friendship of the Potsdam Conference. If the Soviet Union can be so easy to talk to, I believe that the doubts of various countries about the Soviet Union will be reduced a lot." Alan Wilson replied with satisfaction, even though he knew that this was just wishful thinking, and the Cold War was a matter of time. After the communication was successful, Alan Wilson did not stay, but left the hotel immediately. He was not very idle. According to internal information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to prepare an assessment report on the value of colonies, and even Alan Wilson, who was temporarily working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, had to write one. Besides, he should have written it. Alan Wilson still thought that he knew more about colonies than these local civil servants. And Alan Wilson guessed that this was actually an assessment of the value of the major colonies, and he had to make choices and see which ones to keep. Then he was certainly no exception. For Alan Wilson, who was in urgent need of progress, this was an opportunity to show his real talents and knowledge. After all, he was a top student at the Oriental College of Oxford University, mastered foreign languages including Chinese, and was a professional in colonies. British India was the most important colony that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Foreign Secretary knew very well. It was enough to explain the general situation. If the British Empire is inevitably facing a contraction, the local resistance in the African colonies is not worth mentioning. It can be put aside for the end. Britain no longer has much interest in America. Now, except for British India, the remaining colonies are concentrated in two places, the Middle East and Southeast Asia. Among them, Southeast Asia seems to have no major problems because of the good news that has just come. That is, the ownership of the Isthmus of Kra has been settled. Alan Wilson's report mainly mentions the Middle East. If you open the Middle East map in 1945, you will find that Britain has a higher presence than the United States. Of course, this is unsustainable, and Britain will definitely shrink in the Middle East. One of the places that Britain chose to retain in the Middle East is Jordan. After World War I, Britain recognized Abdullah as the ruler of Transjordan, and Abdullah recognized Britain's mandate. Transjordan became a semi-independent emir state under the British mandate. Britain completely controlled the politics and economy of Transjordan. The Arab Legion in Transjordan was commanded by the British, the royal expenses were funded by the British government, and foreign affairs were managed by the British governor. Another base in the Middle East chosen by the United Kingdom is Oman. The national relations between the United Kingdom and Oman even lasted until the 21st century. Even the final unification of Oman was supported by the United Kingdom. In the 1960s, Sultan Taimur of the Sultanate of Muscat finally unified the entire territory of Oman with the support of the United Kingdom. As the former world hegemon, the United Kingdom still has huge interests in the Middle East. The most important thing is that there is a British military base in Kuwait, and of course there is also one in Iraq. In Alan Wilson's report, he followed the trend and said that oil resources are extremely important to the British Empire. If something happens to Iran in the future, it is best to shrink the military forces to Kuwait and Oman. As long as the British Army occupies Kuwait, Iraq will never act rashly in a short time, because Kuwait almost blocks Iraq's outlet to the sea. The UAE is not mentioned in the report, because the current UAE does not exist, and the locals still think it is part of Oman. In the report, Alan Wilson also expressed his concerns about Egypt. In terms of population, Egypt is currently the most populous Arab country, and the Suez Canal is still in Egypt. Once Egypt shows hostility towards Britain, it will definitely not be a good thing for the British Empire, which is currently in the recovery stage. In order to prevent it from happening, we can communicate with France to deal with this matter together, and the response plan is not limited to military. Egypt has a large population, but the land is extremely barren. The population of the whole country is concentrated on both sides of the Nile. In order to curb Egypt's development potential, once Egypt shows an independent tendency, Egypt must be forced to abandon the Treaty of Anglo-Egyptian Co-Management of Sudan. In the office of the Cabinet Secretary, Edward Bridges held a report in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. In 1820, the Egyptian governor Muhammad Ali invaded and conquered northern Sudan. Sudan has had a considerable relationship with Egypt in many aspects since the ancient pharaohs, and has been ruled by Egypt many times. Because Muhammad Ali regarded Sudan as a very valuable new territory, during his own and his successors' rule, Egypt and Sudan became a single political entity, and the rulers of all subsequent dynasties were committed to maintaining the union of the Nile Valley. This policy was further strengthened during the reign of Ali's grandson Ismail Pasha. Later, Britain invaded Egypt and signed the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty of Sudan with Egypt. In the treaty, Egypt was only a nominal administrator. But as long as the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty of Sudan was in place, Egypt had a reason to be in power since ancient times. The safety of the Nile River is a disaster for Egypt. As long as we control Sudan and friendly Ethiopia upstream, we can prevent Egypt from making rash moves on the water source. Chapter 167 Cultural Exchange Reception. Some countries just try their best, but their upper limit is just that. If we don't count Sudan, Egypt fits this point very well. What does Egypt have? Apart from the pyramids that prove that their ancestors were rich and can attract tourists, there is really nothing. 99% of the country's population lives on both sides of the Nile River, and 97% of the land is desert. Other Middle Eastern and North African countries have more or less oil and gas resources, but Egypt does not. So after the sudden death of its neighbor, Colonel Gaddafi, Egypt fought with Turkey for Libya's oil and gas, almost recreating the ultimate showdown between the Ottoman Sultan and Ali Pasha. It is necessary to fight for it. Both Egypt and Turkey are in deep economic recession. Egypt's situation is worse than Turkey's. It has no way to retreat. The fundamental reason is population pressure. Egypt, which has already exploded in population in later generations, will respond fiercely to any rash actions of its neighbors on the Nile River. That is to touch the lives and property of 100 million Egyptians. It's not that Egypt has not tried to curb population growth. In fact, Egypt has birth control, with strong propaganda and clear rewards and punishments. However, because the population base has broken the warning line, it is too late to take any measures. Egypt imports food while exporting everything that can be exported domestically, and it does not hesitate to sacrifice everything except food, including industrial accumulation, investment, and improvement of life. In other words, it is to sell your refrigerator, color TV, and even your current job in exchange for food. Obviously, this model can only be maintained for a while. Considering that Egypt is only covered with yellow sand and its potential has been exhausted, as long as there is a problem in any link, Egypt will be finished. Of course, Egypt in 1945 did not have a population of over 100 million, but the book population was close to 20 million. No matter how many people there are, the population distribution of Egypt in this era is no different from the past and the future. Alan Wilson envisioned several situations in his report once Egypt rebelled and finally became independent. How to solve the ownership issue of the Suez Canal. The first way is to follow the current clear Black Sea estuary issue with the Soviet Union. Treat the Suez Canal as an international waterway, adopt an undefended attitude, and hand it over to the international community for trusteeship. But the probability of this plan is pitifully small. Britain and France will not choose it, and it may also attract Moscow's prying eyes. The second way is to pinch Egypt's upstream, propose to build dams in Sudan and Ethiopia, and pinch the throats of the Egyptians. Even if Egypt wants to take the Suez Canal away in the end, it must give Britain the transcendent status. The last way is war. In his report, Alan Wilson mentioned that once a war breaks out, because of the Suez Canal, the Soviet Union will definitely release diplomatic pressure, and the United States is absolutely unreliable. The only one to count on is France. Only France may fight side by side with Britain, because of the common interests of the colonies, but if the United States and the Soviet Union take a common position, even if Britain and France hold together, it will be difficult to change the result. The Foreign Secretary asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to evaluate the value of the colonies. Most of the evaluations are official articles. Alan, on the other hand, really took inventory of all the colonies from beginning to end, and also produced various records. Edward Bridges put down the report, and looked at George Milton, the personnel director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in front of him, and said, "George, how do you feel?" George Milton seemed to no longer be the personnel director who held the power of life and death in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He said respectfully, and with a restrained look, "Sir Edward, the analysis is very in-depth. Even I can't find any faults. I doubt what you said." Edward Bridges said calmly, "We can judge from the words and deeds of this outstanding representative of British Indian civil servants, after returning to Europe." Outstanding representative? Is this an outstanding representative? George Milton complained in his heart, "Sir Edward is right. I have been thinking about Alan's job and what position can give him enough training. His job position has been set, and it is very training." Edward Bridges nodded slightly. In fact, the core issue of this report is whether to defend the point or the surface. Most reports are about defending the surface, but this report is relatively rare. It is about defending the point. It can be said that most reports of your Ministry of Foreign Affairs have different views. I have no intention of criticizing the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Different perspectives will naturally lead to different results. Edward Bridges leaned back in his chair, crossed his fingers, and looked at George Milton. "But I hope that next time, when you submit a report, don't send me an official document that no one can understand. That is for the Foreign Secretary." George Milton had the power of life and death over the personnel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Edward Bridges had the power of life and death over all British Empire civil servants. The result of this round of confrontation was very obvious. George Milton left the Cabinet Secretary's office trembling, and Edward Bridges stuffed the Colonial Value Assessment report into his briefcase. As the saying goes, God has bestowed great responsibilities on those who are capable of them. In the process of life, not all roads are smooth. Alan Wilson knows this truth very well. For example, he has been busy writing a report recently. Now that he knows that Vivian Leigh will represent Britain in cultural exchanges with the Soviet Union, he has come here with great spirit. Not far away, the cultural representatives of the two countries were talking happily. Alan Wilson found a hidden position. Although he could not see his own eyes, if someone was staring at him, they would find that this promising civil servant was looking at Vivian Leigh, the pride of the British Empire and the Oscar-winning actress, with an obscene gaze. In this scene, Alan Wilson thought of a famous saying of Prime Minister Ko when he entered Wancheng, "Are there any prostitutes in this city?" although a son and a nephew died, and Diane when he was taken away. Alan Wilson, judging from Prime Minister Keogh's life experience, the other party must not have taken it seriously, and did not change his habit of loving his wife. Vivian Leigh's grey blue eyes were both tender and cunning like a cat. Under her noble appearance, she suppressed the emotional power that could burst out in an instant. There was no trace of cowardice or affectation in her. Her gentleness was mixed with amazing rebelliousness. This extraordinary personality could make a woman stand out at any time. Next to Fert Seaver, Vivian Leigh, who was only 1.6 meters tall, did not seem to be outstanding, but if the role of her face was considered, in this cocktail party, almost everyone's eyes were moving around Vivian Leigh. This is Mr. Allen, who is responsible for receiving us this time. When Fert Seaver saw Alan Wilson, the latter had already hidden the temperament of Prime Minister Keogh. Alan Wilson, who was wearing a simple suit, held a wine glass and answered half jokingly, "Because of my duty, I have to keep a close eye on Miss Ekaterina. Don't take away the national treasure of our British Empire. Mr. Allen is really a joke. A star like Vivian Leigh is so eye-catching, no matter where she is. Where can I take him?" Fert Seaver looked at Alan Wilson and said with no less momentum, "The development of cultural undertakings has always been my interest. It will become your job in a short time." Alan Wilson looked at the cultural czar and said calmly, "From the perspective of Russian history, I agree with Miss Ekaterina. Most countries think that Russia's barbarism is just an appearance, but I have never thought so. On the contrary, if the two countries have friendly relations, Russia has always been a reliable ally. I hope that the Soviet Union and Britain will not become hostile." This is half true and half false. Imperial Russia and even the Soviet Union are absolutely qualified to be allies, but you never know whether the Russians are drinking when they are talking to you. When they are good, they want to wear the same pants, but when they are bad, they shout and kill. So the probability of being an ally of the Soviet Union is 50 to 50. Alan Wilson's motherland, the British Empire, is completely different. It fully embodies mature diplomatic skills. It is only a matter of time before selling out allies. The only difference is whether it is immediately or after a while. Do Mr. Allen and Miss Ekaterina know each other? Vivian Leigh watched the two people talking with sarcastic remarks. Out of the most simple considerations, she decided to take a friendly and neutral position towards Alan Wilson, hoping that the atmosphere would not be too stiff. "Yes, we were close comrades at that time," Alan Wilson replied gently. "At the Potsdam conference, Miss Ekaterina's appearance made many diplomats infatuated, except me." In front of the beauty, Alan Wilson did not hesitate to use the method of pulling down and stepping on other diplomats, using the embarrassing performance of other diplomats to set off his own majestic image, and the effect was very significant. Fert Seaver's contemptuous look was revealed. Alan Wilson, who had ill intentions, got into the circle of two women with the attitude of protecting the national treasure of the British Empire. Of course, this also took hard work, such as helping Fert Seaver and Vivian Leigh take photos together. It might be a bit cheap for a dignified imperial diplomat to do this, but considering the person being photographed, a little unhappiness is nothing. So Miss Vivian Leigh was born in British India. Alan Wilson finally found a topic and flattered her inconspicuously. "This is really hard to imagine. The local environment can give birth to such a beautiful lady. It is simply God's masterpiece. My impression of British India is already vague." Vivian Leigh said a little embarrassedly. "My impression of British India is neither good nor bad. Mr. Allen is very familiar with British India. You asked the right person." Alan Wilson started to introduce the local customs, disguising his ill intentions to get closer to Vivian Leigh. Everything seemed natural. Although Vivian Leigh was over 30, for some people, Alan Wilson did not mind relaxing the age standard. Chapter 168, The Land of Gentlemen. Alan Wilson even had two minds at the same time, thinking about how to implement his evil plan. Like many countries, most British citizens in this era do not think that actors are noble professions. Of course, this is not wrong. Actors are always related to flesh trade, especially in the UK, where actors can be said to have nothing to do with the upper class. Vivian Leigh is the same. Vivian Leigh's dream is to become a great actress, but her mother believes that drama performance does not belong to the upper class and does not support her dream. Of course, Vivien Leigh is now famous and her income is a figure that ordinary citizens can't reach. In the eyes of ordinary citizens, she is undoubtedly an enviable object, but for the upper class, Vivien Leigh's situation has not changed. British people born in British India are generally two kinds of people, either civil servants or soldiers. Sailors who go on adventures will not have a stable life. So even if it is a guess, Alan Wilson can judge that Vivien Leigh's original family should not be bad. Alan Wilson introduced the situation of British India. He rarely focused on the negative image, but pretended to be reasonable and objective. He also said that compared with the British mainland, British India was indeed backward. In fact, Miss Vivien Leigh's image can fully serve the British Empire. As for the profession of actors, I personally have no prejudice. I also think that, if actors can play a role, they can also help the empire. Alan Wilson objectively discussed the role of actors. As long as a group of country bumpkins in the United States can develop cultural hegemony, since those country bumpkins can do it, Britain can also try it. Cultural hegemony refers to the imposition of ideological and cultural values between countries and between nations. It is a kind of cultural power and cultural colonization. As long as a country or nation with a strong economy attempts to impose its own ideological and cultural consciousness on others, it will produce cultural hegemony and affect other national cultures. In addition to teasing a few countries that are immune, the later Hollywood can be said to have conquered the world. As for a certain movie city that mainly produces kung fu movies and claims to be the second in the world, it was also destroyed with great force. Hollywood produces about 10% of the world's films each year, but its screening time accounts for more than half of the world's total, and its box office revenue accounts for more than 75% of the world's total box office revenue. As early as before World War I, American films defeated the old European film powerhouse, France, which also invented the film. However, so far, European films are still not inferior to American films in the field of art films. American films crushed Europe after the outbreak of special effects technology, which completely made all opponents lose the ability to fight. In front of Vivien Leigh, Alan Wilson said that no one knows movies better than me, and he has a set of words for the development of movies. Furtsever listened more and more, and felt something was wrong. She used words to talk to an actor. Mr. Allen, how do you say that an actor can exert his influence? Vivien Leigh also hoped that acting would become a respected profession, but she had no idea. Maybe we need a public service film, and it must be linked to charity. We need to make some efforts to let the citizens of European countries know that there are still many countries and regions in the world that are in poverty. Alan Wilson said with compassion, by the way, Miss Vivien, you were born in British India. I believe that, if you arrived in British India one day, there would be a huge crowd, because you represent the civilization and ideals of the British Empire. Some things you do will be more convincing. Is this Vivien? Seeing that Vivien Leigh seemed to be more and more interested, Furtsever interrupted and said, I didn't expect Mr. Allen to know something about movies. I wonder if Soviet movies can get some good suggestions? This certainly didn't bother Alan Wilson. Soviet movies had a significant impact on half of the world. He answered without stopping. Soviet movies are based on realism and have had a significant impact on many places. The Soviet Union is a literary power. Excellent literary works and a profound literary tradition have provided a solid foundation for the development of Soviet movies. There is a phenomenon that cannot be ignored. Almost all the excellent movies in Soviet history are adapted from excellent literary works. The cultural heritage is a boost to the Soviet film industry. Vivien Leigh is an ordinary actor. What does she know about cultural exchanges between the two countries? The real exchange is Alan Wilson, who, as a protector, covers Vivien Leigh and confronts Furtsever, the Soviet cultural Tsar more than a decade later. As for the game between officials of the two countries, this is something Vivien Leigh has never encountered before, and she discovered one thing, that is, this young man knows a lot. This knowledge is so miscellaneous. Alan Wilson's mouth was like a machine gun, starting from the birth of French film history, until the United States came from behind with its market size, and then began to smuggle private goods, saying that the Soviet Union could not rely solely on administrative power to compare with American films. Treatment is the weak point of any class in the Soviet Union. A good actor should have good treatment. This is not a problem that can be solved by simple awareness. Of course, it is too extreme like the United States. Geniuses in any industry are rare. There are not many people in the civil service with such a strong knowledge reserve as me. Furtseva's mouth twitched slightly. Compared with the seemingly huge knowledge reserve, the shamelessness of this imperialist bureaucrat in front of her is truly rare. The cultural exchange representatives on the British side are better. As for the Soviet side, the speed of eliminating alcohol is obviously faster than that of our Great Britain. This makes Alan Wilson sigh that the funding of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs must be increased. Furtseva had to leave for a while to tell the Soviet cultural exchange representatives not to be too obsessed with alcohol. Alan, you are not very old, I will call you that. Vivian Leigh asked after Furtseva left, is it feasible to improve the social status of actors as you said? Of course not. People's prejudices will only be passed down from generation to generation. Alan Wilson said slowly, it depends on the efforts a person makes in the course of life. In fact, I have an idea that we should shoot a public welfare film about the British colonies to let the citizens of the country understand how the British Empire led the backward civilization to progress. Of course, actors are independent individuals. We cannot force actors to do anything. We have to talk about this, and we have to be patriotic. Alan Wilson spoke of old imperialism as soon as he opened his mouth. In his mouth, if there was no guidance from the British Empire, many places were destined to have no development. He could even find examples, such as India after independence. I can also talk about it, and I can also be patriotic. If there is a chance, the country needs me, I will definitely try. Vivian Leigh nodded blankly. Actors can also be patriotic and can contribute to the country. Vivian Leigh asked Alan Wilson if he had seen her movies. Of course, he had not. However, Alan Wilson once again demonstrated the basic qualities of an imperial civil servant, saying that he could feel from the movie that there was no trace of cowardice or affectation in Vivian Leigh's acting, but that she was unruly and charming, which was also her charm. In Gone with the Wind, she seemed to be born for the role of Scarlett O'Hara, a cat-like girl, cunning, charming and lovely, with eyes that were simply superb. But I still like a happy ending. Alan Wilson talked freely, using his long-standing reserve of words as a response, and Vivian Leigh did not see it at all. Furtseva's return saved Alan Wilson, who was at a loss for words, but Vivian Leigh had already left a deep impression on this young diplomat. A man must be able to blow. It was already late at night, and there were few cars on the road. Under the moonlight, the road was like a white ribbon leading to the distance. The trees on both sides of the road were retreating quickly, and the surroundings were so quiet. The car window was opened, and the cold wind rushed in, which immediately made Alan Wilson's mind clear up a lot. Fortunately, there were no regulations on drunk driving in 1945, otherwise he might not be able to avoid being fined. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to serve the country, to get Vivian Leigh to British India. Once she was in his territory, Vivian Leigh would never be able to escape from his palm. This was not just a momentary thought, but a plan to be put into action. This was all for the benefit of the British Empire. A certain degree of paralysis should be adopted towards the subjects of British India to facilitate the next action. Alan Wilson cared about the untouchables in the vast rural areas, but as long as he could keep the city people from acting rashly, it would be considered a success. As long as the elites of British India were stable, British India would be stable. The most important thing was that Alan Wilson got Vivian Leigh's contact information. When Vivian Leigh's husband was not around one day, he could visit as a friend. Arriving at the hotel, Alan Wilson got out of the car, and the row of cars behind him slowly stopped. For politeness and safety reasons, he couldn't let a group of Soviets show off their power on the streets of London after being drunk. For this reason, he had to risk the relationship between the two countries and let the Mi-5 agents drive and send these Soviet cultural representatives back. These Russians are obviously more interested in alcohol than in cultural exchanges. And Mi-5 agent frowned and commented on the Soviets who were in high spirits. Even Furtseva was walking unsteadily, but on the surface, there was nothing wrong. Alan Wilson sighed and said, let's send these people up. After all, the British Empire is a country of gentlemen. Chapter 169 A Kiss. Alan Wilson supported Furtsever, which was very consistent with the current international situation. There was both struggle and unity, which reflected the complex situation of you and me and you. A small action can clarify national affairs, which shows how bored they are. In order to show the importance of cultural exchanges with the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom specially vacated an entire hotel as a place for Soviet cultural exchange representatives to stay. Of course, this was far from enough. There were also some members of the male choir in another hotel. In order to avoid suspicion, Alan Wilson and Furtsever checked each room one by one to ensure that there would be no super friendly relationship between the two countries. After drinking a little wine, the two people's minds were active to ensure that there was no mistake. You, an imperialist bureaucrat, do you have any improper thoughts about Vivian Leigh? Seeing that the Mi-5 agent was distracted, Furtsever lowered her voice and said, using the power in your hands to benefit yourself will put you in the gulag in the Soviet Union. Maybe you will be shot, right? Alan Wilson was secretly complaining in his heart. He remembered that one of the crimes of the current Soviet Union General Political Commissar Beria was that he was involved in power for sex transactions. If it was true, that would not be a loss. It can be seen that this kind of thing is more common in the Soviet Union, but I haven't found it in the UK. Alan Wilson, with a stern and righteous spirit, categorically rejected Furtsever's unwarranted speculation. Oh, I think I should talk about the next cultural exchange list. Furtsever smiled exaggeratedly with drunkenness, and her mouth was directly covered by Alan Wilson, but Alan Wilson, who was guilty of being a thief, immediately let go and lowered his voice. That list has nothing to do with me. My friend asked me to arrange it. No matter how Alan Wilson explained, Furtsever had already concluded that it was a fabrication. What friend asked him to arrange it? Those actresses who had nothing but faces and young bodies and whose names he had never heard of must have been arranged by Alan Wilson, and they might even be involved in power for sex transactions. This made Alan Wilson, who had always been fair and honest, feel very wronged. He was ready to do it, but he hadn't started yet. How can some little actors whose names we don't even know be as exciting as those who are in the movie? Are you going to go up with me and tell Miss Furtsever to be sent to the room? Alan Wilson, who was supporting Furtsever, asked the two Mi-5 agents. Mr. Allen, this hotel is full of Soviet female members, and it may be inconvenient for us to stay. I'll give you 10 minutes. We'll go down and wait first, and then we'll leave together. Looking at the man and woman standing unsteadily in front of him, as a man, he really wanted Alan Wilson to stay overnight, but he had a mission to do, and as a security officer of the British Empire, he still reminded Alan Wilson that he should break away immediately. 10 minutes is enough. It won't take that long to go up and down the stairs. Alan Wilson nodded indifferently and helped Furtsever up the stairs. The big hairy girl was obviously drunk, but she still maintained her dignity on the surface. If it were another occasion, Alan Wilson might really do something today, but he still didn't dare to joke about his future, and didn't dare to have anything with the Soviet female cadres. You seem to be only 20 years old. Vivian Leigh is more than 10 years older than you, and has a husband. You can't explain it clearly from a moral or public perspective. Furtsever shook her body, expressing contempt for Alan Wilson's behavior and deeply refuting his denials. I can see that you have bad intentions. Then, Miss Ekaterina, have you forgotten that you and Vivian Leigh are the same age? You also have a husband. If what you said is true, I can definitely have something with you. Alan Wilson helped Furtsever to the door of the room and motioned Furtsever to open the door. Do you dare? You don't want your future. Furtsever said in a provocative tone, took out the key to the room, and opened the door. Alan Wilson followed in, closed the door with his backhand, and before Furtsever could react, he pushed her against the wall and bit Furtsever's red lips. Are you crazy? Furtsever struggled and said in a low voice, you don't want your job anymore. I've said it before, this is London. Who told you to say I don't dare? Alan Wilson looked at Furtsever, who sobered up instantly, and felt that he had won back a game. He said triumphantly, that is, the agents from the 5th Division are still waiting downstairs. If you find me something that no one has noticed for half an hour before you return to the Soviet Union, you will know whether I dare or not. The one in front of him is the future cultural czar of the Soviet Union. Although his shelf life may not be long in terms of age, he has a good foundation. The small defects of youth can be ignored. Furtsiva was obviously stunned by Alan Wilson's courage. Seeing that Alan Wilson was about to leave, she hurriedly reminded him in a low voice, "Wipe the lipstick marks on your mouth, otherwise your British agents will see it." "Thank you for the reminder." Alan Wilson bowed slightly, showing a sanctimonious gentlemanly demeanor, licked his lips with his tongue, and asked politely, "Can't you see it now? There are always some people, especially women, who take men's kindness for granted." After leaving the hotel and returning to the car, Alan Wilson leisurely took out the list of young actresses who participated in the cultural exchange activities, mentioned the photos in it, and decided to quietly appreciate it when he returned home. In fact, there are also things worth learning from the United States, such as the introduction of the red sofa culture. Clarify the unspoken rules for actors, so that everyone will be much more convenient. Alan Wilson thought of this and felt distressed. The urgency of the development of British culture inspired him. The Soviet cultural exchange delegation was divided into two parts. The Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe continued to tour because of the warm reception of the London citizens. The other part, the corrupt element headed by Furtsiva, who ate people's food but did not do human work, had initially become accomplices with imperialism. Alan Wilson even suspected that it was because the materials for the Potsdam Conference were all supplied by the Soviets, so they were looking for an opportunity to retaliate and take back the losses at this time. I don't know if it was because of the previous accident that Furtsiva became more restrained later, but Alan Wilson was not affected at all. He was still a promising imperial civil servant and continued to live a busy but happy life. Writing graduation papers, attending meetings, reporting on the Soviet delegation, and taking care of the actresses recommended by colleagues in Whitehall and cultural exchanges. For this reason, Alan Wilson even hoped that Vivien Leigh could show some enthusiasm, take photos with these young actresses, and find ways to expand her network. Vivien, in fact, from an actor's perspective, your influence on the development of the film industry is still relatively limited. Alan Wilson said to Vivien Leigh in a guiding tone, "If you really want to be bigger and stronger, you still have to make your own decisions. Even if you don't understand the business rules, you can ask professional managers to run it." It seems that the position of professional manager is more common in the United States, but it is still more traditional in Europe. Vivien Leigh had been to the United States before the war and was deeply impressed by the vitality of the United States. If any industry wants to develop well, it cannot do without official help. Alan Wilson shrugged and pointed to the many young and energetic actresses in the venue. "I can't tell you who they are, but some of the actresses who came today were recommended by colleagues in Whitehall." Whitehall is synonymous with the British government. London's understanding of Whitehall is just like the understanding of the imperial capital by the people of the capital. When Furtsiva came over, she happened to hear Alan Wilson's remarks. What is official help? Who represents the official? Now only Alan Wilson himself is here. This imperialist bureaucrat represents the British official. How to help Vivien Leigh? Furtsiva naturally interrupted. "Ms. Vivien Leigh, if you have the opportunity, you should go to Moscow to have a better understanding of the Soviet Union. Many of your movies are also well known to the Soviet people. I believe you will be very popular in our Soviet Union. It is a completely different world." Completely different world? Vivien Leigh was confused, still not quite understanding what this sentence meant. Nothing is different. We all live on the same planet. How can there be a different world? Alan Wilson replied calmly, trying to stop Furtsiva, a dangerous red element, from dragging down the British Empire's national treasure. As a well-known actress with a wide reputation, the American market is very important to Vivien Leigh. Don't let McCarthy's killing spree affect Vivien Leigh. "Ms. Ekaterina, take a look at what's going on over there." Alan Wilson pointed his finger to change the subject, threatening Furtsiva not to hinder his work. The two pretended to leave Vivien Leigh's side. Alan Wilson smacked his lips and said meaningfully, "Age of around 30 can actually be said to be the best age for outstanding women, except for ordinary women. It is very immoral to have evil intentions towards a married woman." Furtsiva muttered in a low voice, "Ah, I have a husband." Alan Wilson sighed indifferently and then changed the subject. "Isn't that better?" In one sentence, her dark side was revealed, but no one could see it except Furtsiva. But would anyone believe a Soviet man? So what if she was a Soviet female cadre? She was still eaten? It was like Alan Wilson telling the Soviet Union that the British Empire was a friend of the Soviet Union, and the Soviets would not believe it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Today is the Day of Judgment. In the following schedule, Alan Wilson acted like an imperial civil servant in front of Vivian Leigh, but he was always talking nonsense in front of Furtsiva. This was because he had already known Furtsiva for a while, but he was still getting to know Vivian Leigh. That's enough, don't go too far. Furtsiva was irritated by the hypocritical face of the sanctimonious civil servant. Don't bluff here. Even if I give you a chance, you dare not do anything to me. Alan Wilson was startled, looked up at the ceiling, and muttered in disbelief. That's right, this is London, not Moscow. So what? Furtsiva said in a condescending tone. I'm not a British vase. Ms. Ekaterina, you make me very angry. Alan Wilson said with a serious face. It seems that you don't know me very well. It's time to deepen your understanding of Vivian Leigh. Alan Wilson admitted that he was indeed just taking advantage of her with his words. Reason told him not to do anything risky, but the cultural czar's fearlessness had angered Alan Wilson. A man could do anything for face. The so-called schedule of the Anglo-Soviet Cultural Friendly Exchange was directly arranged by Alan Wilson. Now he decided to let the cultural czar understand what it meant to bow down under someone's roof. The process of this cultural exchange would change because of the cultural czar's contempt for the imperial civil servants, and Furtsiva must take full responsibility. For the reason of courtesy before force, Alan Wilson started the threat through words. Furtsiva took a contemptuous attitude towards Alan Wilson's threat. Did she really think she was scared? At this point, all mediation was useless and would be regarded as a weak move. In front of Furtsiva, Alan Wilson took out a key and shook it. Furtsiva was confused, and when Alan Wilson turned around, she suddenly realized, this is a key to my room. For security reasons, it is normal for a receptionist responsible for receiving Soviet cultural exchange representatives to have the key to the hotel where they are staying. After all, this is London, the capital of the British Empire. So Alan Wilson had it, and now he just let Furtsiva know about it. For several days in a row, Furtsiva was worried and couldn't sleep, afraid that someone would sneak in without her knowing. But as the schedule was coming to an end, Furtsiva was relieved. As she expected, it was just a bluff. Late at night that day, a sneaky figure set off. All the performances had ended. The Anglo-Soviet Friendship Exchange Day in the daytime was the last large-scale event. Based on Alan Wilson's observation during the day, it can be determined that the cultural representatives of the two countries who participated were very tired. Today is the Day of Judgment. Alan Wilson, who changed his car, decided to regain the face of the British Empire late at night. He sneaked into the hotel directly from the fire escape. The whole process showed his professionalism as an MI6 agent. Even if it was stealing, it was not a waste. Alan Wilson, who changed his outfit, suppressed his vigorous heartbeat, and approached his goal step by step. In front of Furtsiva's door, Alan Wilson looked left and right like a thief, and his hands did not slow down at all. He twisted the door open, as professional as sneaking into the German headquarters. As the door was closed, no one noticed except Furtsiva, who woke up. The Soviet cultural representatives and the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe were about to return to China. They were in a relaxed state in the last few days, and relaxed their vigilance against class enemies. Facts have proved that once you relax your vigilance, you will suffer a great loss. This night was quite long for some people, as if it was a replay of the Crimean War, the peak confrontation between the Russian Empire and the British Empire, the collision between the lobster soldiers and the Cossacks, and the winner was just like history. The British Empire is still at its peak. 2 hours later, Alan Wilson, who was a little untidy, finished dressing and said with emotion. Before leaving, he also took Furtsiva's hairpin as a small souvenir. Famous actors are just for fun. If you really want to conquer, it's the cultural czar. Alan Wilson was quite satisfied with his cultural reception work that took care of both public and private interests. The last cocktail party of the cultural exchange between the two countries was held. After the cocktail party, the Soviet cultural delegation will have no more schedules and will leave London in 2 days. This time, there were no civilian personnel participating in the cocktail party, but an official welcome party. Britain also has a Ministry of Culture. At the end of the cultural exchange, it naturally came out and gave a speech. During the free time, Alan Wilson, with a smug mentality, approached Furtsever again and spoke sanctimoniously about the exchange of cultures between the two countries, which attracted the cold and arrogant treatment of the defeated. Alan Wilson refused to leave until there was no one around Furtsever. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Ms. Ekaterina, have you forgotten the good memories we had? That's enough. Just pretend it never happened." Furtsever scolded softly, "I still relaxed my vigilance against class enemies. I know this very well. We must strike class enemies harshly and mercilessly. But that's you Soviet Union, and we in the British Empire naturally have a set of methods." Alan Wilson took advantage of it and made a cultural exchange with a double meaning. He was in high spirits and felt very proud. In the eyes of others, it was just another argument between a loyal imperial civil servant and the Soviets. Alan is a person who likes to be serious because of his age. In fact, there is no need to convince the Soviets. Several diplomats pointed and commented not far away. When they saw the Soviets' faces, they felt that their guess was correct. It is because you have a profound cultural heritage that I said it is not difficult to deal with you. Alan Wilson really used words to suppress Furtsever. Once the confrontation begins, we will definitely launch an attack on the Soviet cultural community. The reason is that on the one hand, the Soviet Union has a profound cultural heritage. Russians are known as the nation with the largest amount of reading in the world. Therefore, using cultural infiltration to promote Western thinking can achieve the most extensive effect. On the other hand, it is because the Soviet intellectuals are active in thought. There are a considerable number of dissidents in this group. Their dissatisfaction with the Soviet authorities and policies has become an entry point for exploitation. By supporting Soviet dissidents, to win the Nobel Prize in Literature, to improve their literary status, and assisting them in secretly spreading underground publications, these strategies have had a serious impact on the mainstream political culture of the Soviet Union. If you have a little understanding of history, you will know that the works of the Imperial Russian period are no less than those of the Soviet period, but the Russian literary world of the Imperial Russian period has never been widely praised by the West. But this situation will change with the advent of the Cold War. Alan Wilson remembered that he didn't know when the Nobel Prize in Literature suddenly favored Soviet writers. The famous Solzhenitsyn was one of them, but he was definitely not the only one. "I don't believe it will happen. The real culture will definitely be widely accepted," Furtsever said calmly. "On the contrary, as the quality of the British people improves, you will be more dangerous. We cannot improve so that most British people can't understand your so-called widely accepted culture." Alan Wilson was calm and not worried about the future described by Furtsever. It's really hard to believe that a person who claims to serve the country actually wants his people to be more stupid. Furtsever seemed to have her three views impacted and couldn't understand the purpose of doing so. No, they have the power of ignorance. Knowledge represents conspiracy and crime. Ignorance has a certain dignity. Alan Wilson retorted calmly, "If the people cannot understand us, they will not know what we have done wrong. The more you let the people know, the more strictly they will demand you. We live in a realistic society. Everyone is greedy. They hope that their motherland will be the most powerful in all aspects, whether it is economy, culture or military. If possible, they even hope that the population is the first, but at the same time, the per capita is also the first." Furtsever couldn't believe the facts she heard, and the man opposite seemed to really think so. "You are playing with fire with the entire country. It is the Soviet Union that is playing with fire. The loyal subjects of the British Empire will not pay attention to the remarks of poor countries." Alan Wilson smiled at Furtsever with a sly smile. "The living standard of the Soviet Union will not exceed that of the United Kingdom. No matter how reasonable it is all nonsense. If it is the other way around, farts are all reasonable." If possible, Alan Wilson would like to relive the Crimean War again, but unfortunately he never found this opportunity. The visit of the Soviet cultural delegation to London has ended. It must be said that in 1945, the Soviet Union still had a strong influence, and the performance of the Red Flag song and dance troupe was also warmly welcomed. Unfortunately, good times are always short-lived, and this cultural exchange trip has come to an end. I will keep your hairpin, Alan Wilson said with a look of aftertaste, and in a voice that only the two of them could hear. He almost got slapped. The future cultural Tsar looked at them coldly, turned a deaf ear to the nonsense of the imperialist bureaucrats, and followed everyone to get on the plane. It was only after the plane took off that Furtsiva turned her cheek and looked at the increasingly smaller figure through the window. What happened is what happened, and it is impossible to pretend that it did not happen. Chapter 171 Routine Conversation. What did Alan Wilson do? He led the Mi-5 agents to check the hotel where the Soviet delegation was staying from inside to outside, to prevent the despicable Soviets from leaving any monitoring equipment. The result was very gratifying. The possibility of the incident being exposed was gone. Alan Wilson said solemnly to the Mi-5 agents with a serious face, "It is not too careful to deal with a country like the Soviet Union. All suspicious objects are handed over to me." After witnessing the cleaning with his own eyes, Alan Wilson believed that there would be no more risks. He even took away the toilet paper in Furtsiva's room. There was no genetic testing in this era, and no one would know that he had been to Furtsiva's room. Then he concentrated on preparing for the last thing in London, graduating from the Oriental College, and then leaving for New Delhi. In recent days, Alan Wilson has obviously gone to the Oriental College more often. Decades later, the Oriental College of Oxford University has the highest enrollment rate for those who want to study theology and Oriental studies. This broad and demanding degree is especially suitable for those who want to explore the world's great religious traditions outside of Western society. The acceptance rate is second only to that of the theology and philosophy of Cambridge University. It can be seen that, if the gold content is calculated, the Oriental College can be called a parallel import within Oxford University, but it is definitely good for the future to hang the Oxford University sign. Alan Wilson has always believed that it is very correct that there is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. The humanities themselves are easily influenced by subjectivity. In terms of promoting social progress, unless there is a status like Voltaire and Hugo. Otherwise, no matter what Oriental studies, theology, or philosophy is empty, it may not be as useful as studying law. However, my Great Britain has its own national conditions. As a colonial empire, the emergence of the Oriental College is naturally to cultivate professional talents and increase understanding of the world. Whether it is China, India, or Arabia, the talent reserve of the colonial empire is sufficient. In terms of elective languages, Alan Wilson got a record-breaking Chinese test score at the Oriental College. Even so, he was not proud. He adhered to the humble ethics and continued to work hard for his studies at Oxford University. However, if the war had not broken out, the old man felt that Europe was more dangerous, and Alan Wilson would have graduated long ago. Facts have proved that the old man's judgment was wrong, and war broke out in Asia later. Before graduation, Alan Wilson was able to have friendly discussions with the lecturers of the college. He was praised as a student with keen foreign talent, and his age advantage was even more incredible. If it weren't for the damn war, Alan Wilson might have become a scholar with broad sympathy. But all this changed. He went on another path, and had to resolutely defend the British Empire in the days to come. In fact, he had just defended it once, making the Soviets taste the bitterness of passivity, but this kind of hidden merit and fame could not be said. Only Alan Wilson's achievements were unknown, and Alan's name would live forever. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after returning to London, Alan Wilson felt that his driving skills had made great progress. Driving to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building, Alan Wilson handed in his thoughts on the reception of Soviet cultural representatives. He was quite emotional. If there were more people like him in the world peace would surely come soon. George Milton, the director of the personnel department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, met with Alan Wilson in his office. After asking about his adaptation to the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, He said in a friendly manner, "Alan, you know that there is no gap between local civil servants and colonial civil servants, but they are in a complementary relationship. Because of the large number of colonial civil servants, our professionalism has been improved. After all, isolation is always bad. We need to understand this society." Alan Wilson savored George Milton's words and asked, "I wonder if the director can be more intuitive. After all, I have not been influenced by a complex society, and my understanding of important spiritual aspects is still quite limited." "Oh, Alan, don't you have any ideas about your future?" George Milton's face flashed with disgust, and he had to make it clear, "If you are asked to work in the distant East to maintain the interests of the Empire, I believe you will not refuse. The transfer order is here." Alan Wilson almost jumped up. There was such a good thing. He had been thinking about it for several months. Did he absorb the European energy from the cultural czar? Did he change his luck? Alan Wilson suppressed his joy and said, "I personally never pay attention to what position I'm in. No matter where I am, I will contribute to the British Empire. Of course, if my superiors believe in me, whether it is Mumbai or New Delhi, I will do it without hesitation." Obligation? Aren't Mumbai and New Delhi both part of British India? To say that it is an obligation is actually very clear. However, George Milton did not point it out. Instead, he showed an expression of satisfaction with the answer and said, "In fact, Sir Alexander and I are very satisfied with your work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and want to keep you. But the world is vast, and a war has just ended. There are still many places to show our talents. The vast colonies need to be managed, and the countless people who support your majesty need to be correctly guided by the empire. The interests of the British Empire are spread all over the world, so I can't selfishly keep you in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The work of the Indian Affairs Department is still very busy. The importance of British India to the British Empire is self-evident. Whether it is to maintain the unity of the empire in the end or to give Indians freedom out of goodwill, we need someone who knows the local area very well, has the courage to take responsibility, and most importantly, is reliable to complete this arduous task." After finishing a long speech like chanting, George Milton took a breath and asked, "I wonder if Alan is ready to go to his new job?" Of course. Alan Wilson felt as if he was too anxious as soon as he said this, as if he disliked the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So he changed his words and said, "Although it was only a short time, I must admit that the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs impressed me deeply. I saw my colleagues working hard every moment to safeguard the interests of the empire. Only in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can we understand the complexity of the world, and most importantly, our enemies or allies. Many elites also exist in this department, which adds unexpected difficulties to diplomatic work. I believe that the work experience of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a very valuable life wealth for me. This wealth will play a vital role in my future work experience. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has taught me reconciliation and tolerance. If I go to work in British India, I believe I will treat the people of British India with compassion and spread the gospel of the British Empire to the entire subcontinent." It was just a casual remark, but Alan Wilson actually felt like he believed it. Is it the environment that changes people, or is it the personal character that determines the future development? This long speech left a deep impression on George Milton. The person that the cabinet secretary valued really had potential. It was rare for a civil servant of this age to speak such a long paragraph of nonsense with his eyes open. "Don't be so serious. I'm just routinely soliciting the opinions of the parties involved. Of course, I and many colleagues agree with your transfer order, especially Sir Edward." George Milton said meaningfully, "The official transfer order will be issued after you have dealt with your personal affairs. I hope everything goes well for you in your new job." "Thank you, respected director." Alan Wilson took a deep breath to prevent the people in front of him from seeing it. Finally, he can go back. It would be a lie to say that he is not excited. His heart is pounding now, and it is quite surging. If he hadn't returned to his homeland, Alan Wilson couldn't imagine how good his friendship with Ali Khan, the former richest man in the world, would be, and how much friendship he could receive in these few months. Although the profits of tobacco factories in the British occupied areas are also explosive enough, who would complain about money? If he were still in British India, He might be able to improve efficiency and balance personal and national interests. It must be said that time will prove that Alan Wilson's departure from India will be a loss to the entire British Empire. But now, he finally has the opportunity to set things right and he can finally go back. There is only one thing left, to graduate from the Oriental College as soon as possible. As time goes by, Alan Wilson's dissatisfaction with the backward class, that is, the academic clique, is increasing day by day. Although he is young enough, time is precious. I have no objection to the glorious history of Oxford University, but the delay of some, and a small group of lecturers is quite disappointing. In the evening, in front of the Treasury Secretary, Alan Wilson complained bitterly, but he did not dare to have any dissatisfaction with Oxford University. Whether it is Oxford or Cambridge, they are very influential among the civil servants of the British Empire. He just thinks that there are problems with some lecturers. I believe it should be soon. For issues involving education, you may need colleagues from the Ministry of Education to answer your questions. Henry shrugged and drank a glass of whiskey, savoring the taste. Oxford and Cambridge are extraordinary after all. If you are talking about the London School of Economics, we can urge them by passing messages. I guess it will be a matter of a few days. I wonder if we can still get together from time to time, like we do now after Alan leaves. Of course, I believe there will definitely be such an opportunity. Alan Wilson raised his glass and said, maybe it will be more frequent by then. Chapter 172, The Young Iron Lady. But by the way, how is your graduation thesis going? I don't know much about the Oriental Institute. You know I'm from Cambridge University. Henry asked with an uncertain look, tilting his head. Is it similar to the seminary? Or is it similar to our classical literature? Orientalism is a very broad concept, including but not limited to the disciplines of various other religions and civilizations in China, India, and Arabia. Most of the students are studying India and Arabia, and my discipline is relatively scarce. It is the scope of Far East China, but it doesn't mean that I don't know about British India and Arabia. Alan Wilson also changed his serious look, drank a glass and said slowly, in fact, Slavs are also considered to be in the East. Speaking of this, I want to ask whether Russia or the Soviet Union are considered Europeans? Alan Wilson wanted to ask this question a long time ago. How do these Western European countries view the Soviet Union? Is it considered Europe or not? This question really stumped me. Henry thought with an embarrassed look on his face. Of course, the specific situation needs to be analyzed specifically. During the First World War, the Russian Empire was of course part of the Great Western Civilization. The Franco-Russian alliance attacked Germany on the ground and took on most of the pressure. In the most widely circulated goddess propaganda poster, the goddess representing the Russian Empire was in the center. But now, the situation is different. The Soviet Union represents another force. In the discussion within Whitehall, it is believed that it is more appropriate to regard the Soviet Union as a civilization outside of Europe. Just when Alan Wilson was about to nod to show that he understood, Henry added, but there are also many objections. The Soviet Union is of course part of Europe, just belonging to the other part. In essence, this confrontation is still an internal struggle of the civilized world. The Soviet Union should not be regarded as Persia or Turkey, but the part of the world led by the Soviet Union, which includes some backward nations. Can I understand that it depends on the specific situation? The former adopts a realistic attitude. If it is weak, it is not considered Europe, and if it is strong, it is considered Europe. The latter believes that the Soviet Union is part of Europe no matter what, but it is just a rebellious part. Alan Wilson said this, and Henry thought for a while and nodded. Actually, there is nothing wrong with this summary. Okay. Alan Wilson stopped there and decided to end the broad topic about Skradina's Russia. The distinction between cultural concepts is so fucked up. It's not like science has a clear answer. Right is right and wrong is wrong. The concept of culture depends to a large extent on who has the loudest voice. So when the hard indicators are not up to standard, many countries like to emphasize the concept of culture. Even India in the 21st century claims to be a cultural power, saying nonsense that the religion it gave birth to has influenced the world for thousands of years. In the final analysis, there is no universally recognized indicator to divide culture, and objective laws can be ignored to brag about oneself. From this perspective, Armenia is a cultural power, and Armenia is the first Christian country in the world. But for Alan Wilson now, this is an advantage, and it is easy to fish in troubled waters under the banner of Oriental Studies. Although he criticized Oxford University, a part of it, and a small group of lecturers for being idle, if Alan Wilson was in the other party's position, he would probably choose to go through the process. Finally, when the relationship between Alan Wilson and his colleagues in Whitehall was getting warmer, the Oriental College asked Alan Wilson to prepare a thesis for his speech and bring it to his graduation speech on November 3rd. This was because Alan Wilson already worked in Whitehall. Although the academic cliques were particularly annoying, this was just a process and was not a big mistake. On the contrary, because Alan Wilson already had work experience in Whitehall, the Oriental College showed amazing flexibility in this matter and gave Alan Wilson a very good stage to perform. I'm really sorry for Brzezinski. Your class leap may be a little more difficult because of my appearance. Alan Wilson took the prepared thesis and apologized to Brzezinski, who had not yet emerged. This extremely anti-Soviet keyboard warrior, geopolitical master, may have to study harder and improve his professionalism to eat and drink in the United States, otherwise he may be in a difficult situation. Alan Wilson actually doubted this so-called master. First of all, this person was born in Poland and belonged to a relatively high class in Poland. It would be strange if he had a good impression of the influence the Soviet Union exerted on Poland after the war. With hatred for the Soviet Union, he constantly made suggestions for the United States. Apart from being politically correct, there was nothing special about him. The final collapse of the Soviet Union made Brzezinski successful. As far as he knew, almost 80% of Brzezinski's predictions for another country with the same system did not come true. How come the level of analysis for a different country is completely different from before? Is this master too Skradina? In fact, what is more funny is that he puts forward democratization and economic development together. That is, the premise of economic development must be democratization first, which is actually not surprising. In his era, this view is politically correct, but people like those who are called strategic masters, who follow the crowd, do not seem to deserve the title of strategic master. It is nothing more than a convert who shows more loyalty in order to integrate into the United States. Feeling the importance of the Oriental College to him, Alan Wilson will definitely return the favor and mobilize a group of Whitehall colleagues to give speeches on his graduation thesis, which costs a lot of personnel expenses. However, for future progress, all this is worth it, and the invited colleagues are willing to attend. There is no foolproof secret in the world, and no one wants to keep it secret, at least not Alan Wilson. This graduation ceremony has already attracted the attention of a small number of people before it even started, especially those who, like Alan Wilson, are interested in politics and always think about progress. Margaret, have you heard? A large number of civil servants from Whitehall will be present at the graduation ceremony of the Oriental College. On the lawn inside Somerville College, a girl said enthusiastically to another girl, "I know you must be interested in this. Let's go and have a look together then." Oh. Margaret's collagen-filled face raised slightly. Her eyes suddenly became bright, as if she was really attracted by the news. "When? I must go and have a look then. I'll go with you to see if those people in Whitehall are as old and ugly as people say." The girl who spoke also nodded and said, "Maybe our parents are lying to us. There may be young and capable elites among them. It's not about looking at men. We need to understand the current political elites in London." Margaret corrected with a stern face, "Although we are girls, we also have to think for the country and let politics penetrate into our blood. Only then can we better influence this country in the future. I'm the chairman of the Conservative Party of Somerville College." "I see. You are a girl who is no less than a man. It's a pity that you have such a beautiful face. If I had your face, there would be many boys who would want to be close to me." The girl sighed and said, "Let's go together when the time comes, so that you don't say anything bad. I heard that civil servants are neutral to political parties. Don't insist on your own ideas." "Of course," Margaret said with a somewhat proud expression. "I want to see what level the officials in Whitehall are. It's as if you are the Prime Minister, haha." The girl laughed and said teasingly when she heard her friend's words. "Who said no?" Margaret asked back unconvinced when she heard this. Margaret Hilda Roberts, the Conservative Party chairman of Somerville College. Her father Alfred Roberts ran a grocery store in the local town and was enthusiastic about local politics. Margaret's mother was Patrice Roberts, whose maiden name was Stevenson. In addition, she also had a younger sister named Muriel, and the whole family was a devout Methodist. Influenced by her father, when she was young, she had a certain understanding of the views and positions of conservatives, and had a strong interest in politics. In order to continue her studies at Oxford University, she spent a year learning Latin, which usually takes 4 years. Her father trained her to be a strict Methodist. Hearing the news from her friends, Margaret immediately made up her mind to go to the Oriental College that day to see what the officials working in the political center of the British Empire were like. If she could know the thoughts of these civil servants, it would definitely be of great benefit to her future development. As for Alan Wilson now, he is still running all the way on the road of defeating Brzezinski and stepping on 10,000 feet. He was going to ask some colleagues to go to the Oriental College to show off, but he only thought of this level. He never thought that there were other people who wanted to make progress and wanted to get a share of the pie after hearing the news. If he knew, Alan Wilson would not be happy. People who want to make progress too much and others who want to make progress too much usually have nothing in common. On November 3rd, if the smog is not considered, the sky in London can be considered clear. The temperature of around 10 degrees is not unbearable. Although it is not as warm and pleasant as British India, the sense of happiness is compared. Compared with Northern Europe and Eastern Europe, Londoners have no reason to complain. There are many cars parked on the street outside the Oriental College, which is a little different from usual and looks very lively. Because of the delay of the war, there have been postponed graduation ceremonies during this period of time, but today is obviously a little unusual. The entire Oriental College is in a warm atmosphere. Chapter 173 Life Mentor Alan. Because of the delay of the war, there have been delayed graduation ceremonies during this period after the war, but today is obviously a little unusual. The entire Oriental College is in a warm atmosphere. In the days of the British Empire, students of the Oriental College of Oxford University were actually civil servants who went to work in the colonies, rather than those who only spoke a certain country. It is now 1945. Due to historical inertia, going to overseas territories to become a superior person after graduation is still a way out for students of the Oriental College. Alan Wilson can be said to have realized the British dream of students of the Oriental College. He is completely a life mentor and a goal to move forward. At this time, this life mentor, of course, comes back to self-success studies and uses skillful movements to swing a sickle to cut leeks. In essence, Alan Wilson is no different from the self-boasting masters of success studies on short video platforms in later generations. It's just that he does work in Whitehall now, and students of the Oriental College are more difficult to fool than ordinary students. Alan Wilson knows the essence of selling success studies, which is that I have never succeeded, except to deceive you. So in order to successfully deceive, Brzezinski was left with no way out. If it weren't for the fact that Churchill was British and the Iron Curtain speech was too hateful, they would have copied the Iron Curtain speech and left Churchill to eat dust. The Oriental Institute had already set up the stage, and Alan Wilson also brought in the audience. Many civil servants from Whitehall came, mainly from the Foreign Office and the Indian Affairs Department, as well as people from the Treasury, the Home Office, and the Ministry of Defence. There are those from Oxford University, and of course there are those from Cambridge University. For example, Guy Burgess saw a group of civil servants around him, and said to his friend Donald Maclean next to him, "There are so many people." From a social point of view, it is hard to imagine that I have so many friends who are willing to show up in such a short time after returning to my country. Whether they can be considered friends is still unknown. Donald Maclean corrected with a twitch of his eyebrows, but this is really a very surprising thing. It seems that according to rumors, General Mountbatten can be friends with anyone. General Mountbatten is in New Delhi, and Alan also came back from British India. There are some rumors that Alan and Mountbatten's daughter are lovers. Guy Burgess glanced around and lowered his voice mysteriously. Of course this is just a rumor. I heard that Mountbatten's daughter is still young. Out of gentlemanly demeanor, I will not comment on this possibility. That's really interesting. Alan is such a hard-working person. Donald Maclean made a wow expression and said with admiration, "Of course this is not shameful, right? We should look at it openly and fairly. Why can women marry men who are much older than themselves and realize their life ideals, but men can't do this?" Alan Wilson, who didn't know that he was blackened by the spies, was very high-spirited at this time, and his self-esteem was no less than that of Chan Gong, who was ready to swallow the world. In another corner, Margaret, who was not a student of the Oriental College, was quietly observing the situation. Her eyes did not leave the civil servants, thinking about finding an opportunity to leave a deep impression on these people. Amidst the expectations of everyone, Alan Wilson finally made a brilliant appearance and came to the podium, completing his graduation after 6 years. The civil servants gave a warm applause, showing their determination to defend the collective honor of Whitehall. "Margaret, he is so young. I heard that, if it weren't for the war, he would have become the youngest graduate of the Oriental College." The girl next to Margaret saw Alan Wilson appear and hurriedly shook the young iron lady's arm to introduce him. "He has already started working in Whitehall. His future development will definitely be very good. If you really want to be known by the majority of subjects, being a civil servant is far from enough." Margaret shook her head slightly and said, "See what he is going to say. Returning to the Oriental College after 6 years makes me feel a lot. My most direct feeling is that I can finally graduate. The war delayed my creation of the Oriental College record." Alan Wilson opened his speech in the Versailles mode with pride to the group under the podium. As soon as the voice fell, the group of students below immediately gave a warm welcome. Students are always a group that does not know the immensity of the world. Before they have been beaten by society, they are so innocent and cute. As a student of the Oriental Institute, this place has taught me a lot. When I work abroad, I often miss the time when I was studying here. After pretending to be cool, Alan Wilson began to get to the point. The Oriental studies of the Oriental Institute helped the local people to break out of the narrow island mentality and create the unique British Empire. But after the 2 world wars, the situation has changed unexpectedly. How to maintain the interests of the British Empire in this changing world is very important for students of the Oriental Institute. The world is big. Alan Wilson began a completely original graduation thesis speech that had nothing to do with Brzezinski. Eurasia is the world's largest continent and geopolitical axis. The country that dominates Eurasia will be able to control 2 of the 3 most advanced and economically developed regions in the world. Looking at the map, you will know that controlling Eurasia will almost naturally control Africa and make the Western Hemisphere and Oceania geopolitically the peripheral areas of the world's central continent. Eurasia has about 80% of the world's population. Its enterprises and underground minerals account for a large share of the world's material wealth. About 3/4 of the world's known energy resources are also located in Eurasia. Eurasia is home to most of the world's most politically confident and dynamic countries. The world's economic superpowers after the United States are all in Eurasia. The 2 most populous countries in the world that are interested in seeking regional hegemony and/or global influence are also Eurasian countries. All countries that may challenge the United States primacy politically or economically are also Eurasian countries. The combined power of Eurasian countries far exceeds that of the United States. Looking back at history, from a civilizational perspective, the countries on the Eurasian continent are the center of civilization. History does not belong to remote island countries, such as Britain before the Industrial Revolution, and the same is true for the United States. From the perspective of the entire Eurasian continent, we cannot ignore a country, that is, the Soviet Union from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean. Today's Soviet Union is far more powerful than the former Imperial Russia. With the strengthening of national strength, it has an overwhelming geographical advantage in the entire Eurasian continent. Whether people like it or not, this is an unchangeable fact. What position will the British Empire occupy in this era? To be honest, the current British Empire must put aside some outdated ideas, actively embrace Europe, and protect the civilization core of the entire world in the past few hundred years. The British Empire has the role of leading Europe, which is also for a more balanced world as a whole. Britain has a certain sense of distance from the European continent, which is an advantage. During the long Middle Ages, Britain could avoid the persecution of the Roman Catholic Church and carry out technological innovation step by step in a relatively closed environment. Other European countries were not so lucky, but advantages are also disadvantages. The advantage is that there is a certain sense of security, and it is easy to check and balance. The disadvantage is that it is easy to be isolated. Today, facing the United States and the Soviet Union, the competitors faced by the British Empire are different from any country in the past. At this time, London must play a leading role, integrate the power of Europe, and get out of the influence of the war as soon as possible. First plagiarizing Brzezinski, Alan Wilson's graduation speech began to lean towards the three-ring diplomacy of Churchill's second coming to power. However, Alan Wilson's speech on actively intervening in the European situation is much more sincere than Churchill, and it is more suitable for fooling the students of the Oriental College. What can students do before they have been beaten by society? They can only say, well, it makes sense. Well, it really makes sense. Margaret, who was listening to the graduation speech attentively, heard the girl next to her say this, which was actually her inner thoughts. Alan Wilson, who plagiarized to Keyboard Warriors, became a life mentor for students at the Oriental College, taking a step further on the path of success. He received thunderous applause before the speech was over. Well said, Alan. The most crucial reason was that the civil servants in Whitehall played a leading role because they were grateful for what they had done. For students at the Oriental College, the civil servants in Whitehall were examples of success that were too straightforward. Alan Wilson barely left out any department and called the imperial civil servants to come to the Oriental College. Thank you. Alan Wilson looked at the civil servants who were cheering and smiled confidently. I know you. Last time you came to me, you stuffed 2 young actresses into the cultural exchange list. With such colleagues to support them, the lecturers and professors at the Oriental College naturally did not hesitate to praise me. Looking at me, Alan Wilson, who had returned to the civil servant group, he began to praise me half-truthfully. Alan Wilson is the pride of the Oriental College. If it weren't for the war, he would have graduated 6 years ago. We are very pleased to see that after 6 years, he has grown better than we expected. This is also the educational spirit that Oxford has always upheld. Before the Cambridge civil servant curled his lips, the professor who was speaking had already skipped the topic and said that today was a good opportunity to bring students and seniors who were entering society closer. Almost immediately, a group of students from the Oriental College enthusiastically surrounded many Whitehall civil servants. Each of these people was their life mentor on the road to success. Chapter 174. The Iron Lady wants to improve. In essence, the routine of Alan Wilson's speech this time can be varied as follows on the short video platform. I'm 20 years old, I have a car and a house, and financial freedom is a successful person in the eyes of others, but just last year, I was still working a job with a meager monthly salary. Do you want to know why the change happened? This starts with selling success studies to deceive people. As a Whitehall civil servant, Alan Wilson completed a dimensionality reduction attack on the fledgling students. Learn from me, and you will succeed. Success is not difficult. For Alan Wilson himself, the first step to success is to dig a golden temple first. After completing this first step, you can proceed to the next step. If you can't even do the first step, what does failure have to do with Alan Wilson? That's a problem with your personal ability. Compared with Alan Wilson, the Whitehall civil servants who are the kings of per capita rhetoric are of course not much worse. With an unfathomable look, they said a lot, but actually said nothing. Compared with Alan Wilson, the rhetoric of these Whitehall civil servants is even better, and the students of Oriental College are no match at all. At this time, 2 girls came to Alan Wilson hand in hand and introduced themselves. My name is Margaret, and I'm the chairman of the Conservative Party in our school. Margaret? Alan Wilson muttered this very common name. To be honest, he only knew that the daughter of the American steel tycoon was Margaret Carnegie, and he had no idea about this name. If he were not a citizen of the British Empire, if he were an American, He might have run to Margaret Carnegie and said, "Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore." Because the two girls who came to ask for advice were girls, Alan Wilson put on a hypocritical face again, with a very humble attitude, like a good senior, but this girl named Margaret looked familiar. "Yes, your speech just now was very impressive." The young iron lady gave a very straightforward compliment. "In fact, I have always been very interested in politics. Now I'm the chairman of the Conservative Party in our school. I really want this opportunity today." Alan Wilson smiled and listened to the girl who was full of "I want to make progress too much," and kept the hypocritical face of a life mentor from beginning to end. Suddenly, an idea flashed, and an image appeared in his mind when he looked at the girl who was speaking. "Isn't it such a coincidence? Mrs. Thatcher?" Alan Wilson's face changed slightly. The more he looked at Margaret, the more she looked like the Iron Lady. He muttered in his heart, "The Iron Lady is a student of the affiliated college of Oxford University, chairman of the Conservative Party." Alan Wilson spoke meaningfully and tried, "This is really surprising. To be honest, there are very few girls of this age who are so interested in politics." After that, Alan Wilson looked up and down at Margaret. Her straight legs without gaps, bar. She is the future Iron Lady with the temperament of a strong woman, the leader of the Conservative Party who will regain the glory of the British Empire. "Yes, I'm the Conservative Party chairman of our college." Margaret was still a little naive about this matter, and could not see the meaning of his eyes just now. She thought it was just an expression of surprise. "I admire some of Mr. Allen's ideas very much. Don't call me Mr., just call me Alan. I'm not old enough to calmly deal with the title of Mr." Since he recognized Mrs. Thatcher, Alan Wilson naturally could not act rashly, even if the other party was in childhood. And he did not think that Mrs. Thatcher was a naive person, and her marriage was full of the taste of "I don't want to work hard anymore." Margaret Hilda Roberts ran for the Dartford constituency, which has always been occupied by the Labour Party, and became the youngest Conservative female candidate at the time. Her active participation in the Kent Conservative Party dinner made her meet Dennis Thatcher, and the two later married. Dennis was a wealthy businessman, so he was able to sponsor her to apply for the Bar Association, and she successfully obtained the qualification of barrister. The importance of lawyers in the Anglo-American legal system is self-evident. With Mrs. Thatcher's own family conditions, it is impossible to easily support her to fulfill her dream. "Alan?" Margaret muttered, and then immediately turned back to the topic. "I have always been interested in politics. Today is a great opportunity. I really want to talk to you." Is he too eager to pursue progress? Alan Wilson put on a high profile and said, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. At your age, you should work hard to prepare for the future. Life is not just a smooth road. The road full of competition is full of anxiety." Margaret, are you really ready? At this time, Alan Wilson really had the flavor of a life mentor. He preached to the future Iron Lady, the Prime Minister of the British Empire. The key was that the other party really recognized and agreed with him, which was very fulfilling. Through this speech, Alan Wilson successfully achieved a stunning effect. For example, he gained the admiration of a young Iron Lady, who kept asking some questions and even took the initiative to let Alan Wilson comment on him to see if he had made any progress. "Let's put it this way. My colleagues and I are having a cocktail party tonight. If you have the courage, you can come, and I'll give you the address." Alan Wilson thought for a moment and spoke with a reluctant look. His tone was very much like a polite remark. But for the Iron Lady who wanted to make progress so much, this was an opportunity she had been waiting for. Margaret readily agreed, even surprising her friends. Alan Wilson turned and left, chatting and laughing with the Whitehall civil servants. The girl who came with the Iron Lady said in surprise, "Margaret, you are not really going to go, are you? Isn't it a bit bad? What's wrong with that? I'm an adult. And these people are people with status and position." Margaret was full of the aura of wanting to make progress so much, and turned a deaf ear to her friend's advice. "I can learn a lot from these people. Just like Alan said, it will be of great benefit to the future." In fact, Alan Wilson was just talking, and didn't expect the Iron Lady to really come. After all, the other party was still a student. As for the Iron Lady in politics, Alan Wilson actually doesn't appreciate it. Financialization of Britain was promoted during her term of office. Since then, Britain has never been able to develop. As for the tough personal style, is it useful for the country? The current backbencher of Parliament, Churchill, is as tough as ever, and it seems that he can't change anything. By the way, Mrs. Thatcher and Churchill are both conservatives. It is still unknown whether the Labour Party has misled the country or the Conservative Party has more responsibility for Britain's eventual transformation into what it is today. Hey, it's so successful. Henry from the Treasury saw Alan Wilson coming over and praised him generously. Colleagues are all happy for your successful graduation. Let's find a place to have a drink in the evening. Alan Wilson nodded in understanding. There is no such thing as freeloading in this world. It is only natural to compensate people for standing up for them. I believe my colleagues will be very happy about this news. Henry nodded with satisfaction, but then again, I always feel that your speech is lacking. The rest is not suitable for public speaking. Alan Wilson admitted readily, it can only be communicated among us, not for presentation as a speech. So that's how it is. When we were discussing just now, I felt that some words were not finished. Henry nodded in understanding, very proud of himself for discovering this. As for the rest of the geopolitical part, it can be summarized as an exhortation to the United States not to push too far on the issue of colonies. If the United States directly competes with relevant countries for the vacuum created by the contraction of the British Empire, the spatial disadvantage will be magnified, and the power of the United States will be diluted, and it will eventually gain nothing, and even arouse resentment and even resistance everywhere. In fact, if the United States and the Soviet Union start competing in the same fair environment, it is very likely that the situation in the 1970s will occur, with the Soviet Union attacking and the United States defending. If the Soviet Union had not suffered such heavy casualties in World War II, and the competition started from the same starting point, the geographical disadvantage of the United States as an isolated island in the world would be magnified. No matter how powerful the United States is, the power it can project to the Eurasian continent cannot be compared with the Soviet Union, which is already on the Eurasian continent. As long as there is a country with about 60% of the strength of the United States on the Eurasian continent, it will make the United States very uncomfortable, even helpless. In the evening, Alan Wilson held a cocktail party as scheduled to express his gratitude to all the colleagues who went to the Oriental College today. Not long after the cocktail party started, the Iron Lady actually appeared and came to the place where the civil servants gathered. Most of the civil servants did not know this student at school at all and had no impression of the Iron Lady during the day. I don't know that in real history, it was this woman who looked harmless, but after taking office, she made a big move against the civil service system. Alan Wilson was actually very surprised. He just mentioned it and didn't expect the Iron Lady to really come. He really didn't have a good impression of this female prime minister. As for Thatcherism, it represents a variety of concepts: tax cuts, free markets, free enterprise, privatization of industry and services, Victorian values, patriotism, individualism first. The economic policies are an extension of the economic proposals that have been widely discussed by the Conservatives and Labour. The rest, especially those related to moral themes, are more accepted and firmly implemented by Conservative members, but not by the general public. Chapter 175 Country Girl. This is also normal. Alan Wilson also does not believe that American citizens are extremely enthusiastic about Black Lives Matter. It is just that politicians hype similar issues and use political correctness to block everyone's mouths. Mrs. Thatcher and Reagan, who appeared in the United States at the same time, adopted similar policies and launched an all-out offensive. But in fact, this model of chicken blood with huge sequelae not only caused extremely negative effects in the future, but also had already caused enough trouble for Britain and the United States at that time. When Reagan was in office in the United States, the US economy was actually not very good, and it was up and down like a roller coaster. The national strength of Britain was far less than that of the United States, and large-scale protests occurred almost during Mrs. Thatcher's tenure. Full privatization is equivalent to selling everything, and almost everything is included in the scope of privatization. First, the privatization of small businesses and small groups, in which the government owns part or most of the shares. Then followed the natural monopoly industries, such as telecommunications, energy, and aviation, whose privatization began with the sale of British Telecom Group. The government also sold a large number of state-owned post-war public housing shares. At first, it was sold to the current residents of the houses, and later to everyone. When privatization was fully launched, the amount of privatized assets in the UK alone accounted for 1/3 of the world's total. Although the state-owned part has been significantly reduced, and Mrs. Thatcher has promised that the state will no longer be a burden on the people, the percentage of government spending in the UK, which has received a large amount of privatization funds, has remained basically unchanged compared to the Labour period. This is because the Conservative government has to pay a huge amount of unemployment benefits, which has never happened before. At the same time as the Soviet Union was controlled by Andropov, the number of unemployed people in the UK reached 3.2 million, which is twice the highest record since the UK has recorded data. This number has always been the highest in Europe during Thatcher's term. The funds obtained from the privatization of industries in the UK were invested in the whole of unemployment benefits. Although Mrs. Thatcher was re-elected many times, each victory was not beautiful, but only a relative majority. Thanks to Harold Wilson, the Labour Party's hearts were floating, and many traditional Labour supporters turned to support other parties. But even so, the division in the UK has reached its peak in nearly 100 years. Britain and the United States simultaneously used a set of 7 injury punches, which hurt themselves before hurting others. Fortunately, the opponents of the same period were also rare. The Soviet Union, with its map heads and kittens, always showed a more chaotic state than Britain and the United States. Margaret, who was not yet Mrs. Thatcher at this time, entered a world she had never imagined. She didn't know that in the eyes of Alan Wilson, who invited her to the party, there was nothing special about her, but it didn't show on her face. Alan, this girl is just like a country girl. There is nothing attractive about her at all. Henry shook his wine glass and commented on the young iron lady with a hint of contempt on his face. Isn't it inappropriate to let her come to a gathering of elites like us? I just invited her casually. I didn't think she would really come. Alan Wilson tilted his head and looked at Margaret, who was listening to others' conversation in the corner. He seemed to remember something and asked, Henry, what do you think of the women in our civil service group? They are too much of a drag. They can't be the same as us. Henry smiled slightly. They treat things differently. They are too emotional, not as rational as us. They can't say it clearly. Either they chew their tongues or cry. Is that so? Alan Wilson agreed with a look of understanding. If they don't cry, they will throw a tantrum. They are very unattractive. Yes, women have too many prejudices, and they always judge things based on a single case. The so-called thinking is all the same. Henry sneered with a helpless look. She always thinks she is very rational and expects you to listen to her. Wow, that's a really insightful point. Alan Wilson agreed. But Henry, in a British, democratic country like ours, a woman's vote is as valuable as a man's vote. What if one day in the future, a female prime minister appears in the British Empire? We can only hope that she doesn't mess things up. Henry answered without thinking. Of course we hope that this possibility will never happen. Otherwise it will be a heavy blow to the civilization and order of the entire empire. Alan Wilson did not respond. If the civilization and order refers to civil servants, then as long as Mrs. Thatcher comes to power, it will inevitably be hit hard. Thinking of this, Alan Wilson suddenly turned his head and looked at Margaret and whispered, I haven't driven a domestic car yet. What did you say? Henry, who was clinking glasses with his friend next to him, suddenly turned his head and asked in confusion. Nothing. Everything in the day is still memorable. Alan Wilson talked about this and that, and took the initiative to clink glasses with the Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, saying, I'll go around, and you can chat slowly. What if this country girl in front of him really becomes the Prime Minister of the British Empire in the future? Then according to history, civil servants will inevitably fight with political parties. As for the result of this internal struggle, according to history, the civil service group should be defeated. The authority has been greatly weakened, and they almost become the mascot of the political party. This is not good news for Alan Wilson, who is committed to progress, because from the current age, he will definitely be caught up. attributed to the overall collapse of the civil service. Alan Wilson thinks that the problem still lies in the loss of the colonies. Take the 100,000 civil servants in British India as an example. The local civil servants are only more than 200,000. The civil servants in British India are a huge support for the civil service system. When managing the colonies, you can't send these elected politicians. Even if you send them, how many governors can a colony have for the parliamentary masters to sit? Politicians are just a distant conceptual mascot for the civil servants in the colonies. I know that politicians exist, but I have never seen them. Moreover, not all colonies are governed by politicians. Many colonies choose military personnel as governors. Once the huge colonies are lost, the local civil servants and politicians will fight, and they will be completely at a disadvantage. There is absolutely no support from foreign colleagues. Were there any important colonies during the Thatcher era? The Falkland Islands, where there were more sheep than people, that fought with Argentina? Just like now, Prime Minister Adley has the idea of giving up British India, but Alan Wilson can guarantee that no one in British India has such an idea. The people in British India are doing well, and don't want to return home at all. Whether the colony exists or not is one aspect, and Alan Wilson still thinks that appropriate guidance can be taken to test whether Margaret has such unrealistic ideas now. Margaret, how do you feel? Alan Wilson approached the domestic car in his eyes with his signature hypocritical expression. They are too reserved in speaking. Although Margaret said this, she was still faintly excited, but this is an interesting experience, and has broadened my horizons. Alan Wilson certainly knew in his heart that the colleagues sitting here were not reserved at all. Instead, they were unfamiliar with this country girl. Seeing a stranger here, they might be annoyed in their hearts. What can a group of men talk about when sitting together? Don't look at them as the cornerstones of the country in Whitehall, and the things they talk about are all related to the lower three roads. Now a stranger is sitting here, how can we not talk about romance, but only about elegance? Fortunately, Alan Wilson is considerate and fully understands the embarrassment of several colleagues in the Indian Affairs Department and attracts Margaret's attention. Unlike what people imagine, our daily work is very boring. Take me for example, I deal with paper and pen every day. Alan Wilson entered the role of life mentor again, attracting Margaret's attention, making this unpopular country girl turn around, and the hand hidden behind her back made an obscure gesture of apology to her colleague. Since she came to find me, I have to deal with the Iron Lady's questions well. When encountering sharp questions, Alan Wilson is not convenient to answer, so he uses other questions for comparison. It must be said that the rich knowledge reserve of the keyboard warrior allowed Alan Wilson to find the initiative again, and even finally discussed interpersonal relationships. In just a few words, Alan Wilson has judged that Margaret's interpersonal relationships, especially her relationships with women, should be extremely bad, and her relationships with men are not much better. Of course, compared with her relationships with women, it is still acceptable. As expected, he deserves to be the one who has been judged. Currently, what is known about Alan Wilson is that he has a bad relationship with the Queen, citizens, and children. Like Reagan, Mrs. Thatcher is the predecessor of the King of Understanding. Opponents have always been overwhelming, but supporters are particularly supportive. They have never been recognized as popular. It's just that the era when the two of them caught up still had the capital to toss around, but the era of the King of Understanding was more tragic. There was no great opponent like Jetu and the Kittens outside, and the domestic population structure had changed to the disadvantage of local white people. If you are interested in politics, there will be many opportunities in the future. You, a girl, should not stay out too late. Alan Wilson said with a gentlemanly manner, I'll take you back to school. Do you live on campus or go home? The future Iron Lady got into Alan Wilson's car, and the process was not completely calm. Alan Wilson first drove to his home, which scared Margaret. Just when she was feeling uneasy, Alan Wilson went into the room and came out again. Sorry, I got some things and now I'm taking you home. The reason for deliberately going home was simple, to let Margaret know that this was her home, so that if there was a chance in the future, she would relax her vigilance here. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.